What up, everybody? Good morning and happy Monday. Not a victory Monday, but it is Monday. Thanks for making us a part of your start wherever, however you're listening to us, whether it's on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also streaming us up online at sportstalk1051.com. You've got your Alexa device. Just say, yo, Alexa, play WAYY. Also have the video stream up and rolling on YouTube. We got Joe and others digital over there too, so you can hop on in the chats. Got the app, download that, take it on the go. You know the drill. Multiple different ways for you to be joining us this morning. Wish it was a victory Monday, but oofta. It still doesn't feel any better after sleeping on it and how many hours after the fact, but that sucked yesterday. Packers falling to the Panthers 16-13. I don't know of any other way to describe it that I can properly say on air other than that sucked. That stunk. It was awful. Awful. Putrid. Pathetic performance from Green Bay yesterday. Top down. Players, coaching, decision, all across the board. You had the third-ranked run defense get just shellacked by Rico Dowdle, who had 25 carries for $130. I mean, Bryce Young only threw 20 times, only completed 11 passes, 102 yards, threw a pick. Didn't have to do anything after that. Packers didn't even punt in this game, for crying out loud, if that tells you anything. And they put up 13 points. I know it's not a grind my gears Tuesday, but might be a little bit of a vent session Monday, kind of looking back at this game. But you can point the finger in a lot of directions. And that was, at least in my opinion, and I think I'm fairly, how would I describe it? Fairly measured in some instances when it comes to coaching and decision making, but that was easily one of the worst coaching performances I've seen from Matt LaFleur throughout his career. Decision making, play calling, scheme. This year, to rewind it, at the beginning of the year, I think heading into the season, there was a lot of fans, and given how the season ended last year in the postseason and such, and there's a lot that wanted to see, all right, kind of I don't know if prove it year is the right phrase or the right term to describe it. So there was a little extra pressure, I would say, from maybe more so from the fans, but maybe a little bit too from new president Ed Policy by, kind of saying, no contract extension, but he doesn't believe in a sitting duck situation with just a 1 year left either. So it was kind of like, okay, but he's not going to do it this year, but it was kind of a weird comment. But anyways, the point I'm trying to say is this is probably one of the most frustrating, poor coaching jobs, coaching seasons that I've seen from LaFleur so far. There's been too many. We're at the halfway mark, and there's been too many questionable, just don't get frustrating play calling, coaching decisions in a game. And I just feel like we've been talking about this more often than not this year, and we're not even through a full season yet. I mean, there was a comment, too, and I don't know if this was – I think I understood what he was trying to relay to Pam Oliver, but there was a comment that he apparently told Pam Oliver at half. I don't know if anybody else caught this, too, but Pam Oliver said that, when she talked to Matt LaFleur coming out of the half, Matt LaFleur said, this game is playing exactly how we thought it was going to play. What? You thought this was going to go this way, where you guys were unable to have any consistency, have any success on the offensive side of things, and you only put up 6 points in the first half? Now, I think what he was trying to say, give him a little bit of relax on this part. I think what he was trying to say is this is exactly how we thought that Carolina was going to play or wanting to play, and Carolina was having full success on it. But again, if you knew this was going to be the game plan, this was the game plan? This was the game plan you had? If this is how you knew it was going to shake out? And to add insult to injury, Tucker Kraft's probably done for the season. Matthew Golden had to leave the game due to a shoulder injury. Aaron Banks is hurt again. I mean, the list goes on and on and on from this game. There really isn't a ton, if anything, you can point to. I mean, Josh Jacobs averaged 5.1 yards per carry, 17 carries for 87 yards. Yet you have people saying you want Josh Jacobs or the Packers to not run the football. I mean, I get it in a sense of, okay, your offensive line is better at pass protection because it seems like more times than not they get flagged for flipping holding when they do a running play and it negates, a positive yardage and such. But this is, I know they're still first place in the division, and I don't want to be doom and gloom, but I mean, you got Philly now a week from tonight. You're banged up as all get out. You lose one of your top playmakers on the offensive side. Now, I hope they somehow get some decent news today about Tucker Kraft, where maybe it's an MCL and not the ACL, but that's not the reports coming out. So I don't know. That might be grasping on straws, but boy, it just felt like, too, didn't it? That opening drive, the offensive opening drive, they're going down, they're moving the football, and Savion Williams, whatever the heck he was trying to do, running into his blocker on a screen, on a bubble screen, and he fumbles the ball, and it's just like, oh, is it going to be one of those days? And, yeah, it turned out to be one of those days. Run defense, couldn't stop anybody. Packers offense, couldn't get anything going. Finally, they went up to an up-tempo late in the game. Kind of got something going there a little bit, but golly, just insanely frustrating. Anybody who thought it was a trap game, worried about a trap game, you could pat yourself on the back because you were exactly right. Or maybe it wasn't considered a trap game and it was just a big old butt kicking. But an incredibly frustrating loss. I know Carolina, coming in, they're now 5-4. It's not like they lost to the Saints or something like that. And I understand it. It's just anybody who watched that game yesterday, you have to be frustrated from what you saw. I mean, the 4th and 8. The 4th and 8 decision. This is the thing that crossed my mind. I don't know if this is part of it. Go back to NFC Championship game. Tampa Bay Buccaneers. LaFleur questioned, criticized about not going for it on 4th down, electing to kick the field goal and giving the ball back to Tampa Bay. Does that affect some of his decision-making now? Is he scarred from something like that when it comes to situations like this? I mean, I understand McManus had missed the field goal prior to that, but now it just felt like you were coaching a little scared. Felt like you were coaching a little scared. Decision-making, it felt like you were a little scared. And once you get to that, it was like, just good luck. But in that situation, if it's 4th and 1, okay, cool. 4th and 8? Come on. I'm struggling. I'm trying to come up with something sort of positive in this thing. I can't. Hey, McKinney had a pick. All right, because everybody's like, where's Xavier McKinney at lately? And, well, you got a pick. That's about it. Colby Wooden got hurt, too. I mean, after that, now you're just looking at this run defense and up the middle. It's like, just running up front. And you got Saquon Barkley coming and Jalen Hurts for crying out loud on Monday night. Jeez Louise. So, I know I can't be the only one that's frustrated. And I'll be honest, I'm concerned for the second half. I'm concerned going forward. To me, schedule gets tougher. These injuries now, they're racking up. At what point, is it going to catch up to them with the inconsistent play, with some of the questionable decision-making, and now all the injuries? Is it going to catch up to them? You got the Eagles, Giants, Vikings with it. Can't believe I'm saying this, but thank you to the Vikings yesterday for actually helping out Green Bay. NFC North is insanely tight now, but because of the Vikings beating the Lions, Green Bay still remains top spot in the division. Lions, Bears, Broncos, Bears, Ravens, Vikings. How many more wins in that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games? Probably want to get at least, 5 or 6 to get 5 just to get to double-digit wins. 6 to maybe feel more comfortable. Is there 6 wins in these final 9 games? Again, I usually try not to be too much of an overreaction on an overreaction Monday, but I got to admit, I'm a little concerned when you factor in all that. The inconsistency, the decision-making, and now some of these injuries racking up. What about you guys, gals? Hit me up with a text, 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line. Could comment on the video streams and such, but I'll say this. I don't know what's going on with some of the decision making, some of the coaching, play calling, and that it's just there's no rhythm, there's no consistency, there's just I don't know if he's, when I say he, I'm talking about LaFleur, trying to make play calls or trying to call plays when instead of just calling plays to best suit your players, putting players in a position to succeed in that, he's trying to call a game for the offense he wants and not necessarily the offense he has, if that kind of makes sense. It's just there's no rhyme or rhythm to it in a lot of instances. I think a lot of it has to do with, I would say, poor offensive line play. Penalties setting them back, like Greg Olson said yesterday's game. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. It was either Greg or the play-by-play announcer. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. You get those penalties, you're not going to be able to develop into a rhythm, get into a rhythm. And frustration is just going to continue to boil and boil and boil. So plenty more Packers talk coming up throughout, the next few hours here. So give me your thoughts, your opinions and such. Text it, comment on the video streams, whatever works best for you or however you want to do it. Love to get your responses and such. World Series is in the books. Dodgers champs after Toronto goes back to Toronto with a 3-2 lead. Dodgers able to get the final 2 wins, extra innings in that final game 7. Overall thoughts about the World Series? I know maybe for Brewers fans or just baseball fans in general who are not in favor of teams spending boatloads of cash to build their rosters and maybe buy a championship. It was a good series, entertaining series, right? Take away the team names, we could say that this would be an entertaining series. You feel bad for, obviously we would love to see Dalton Varsho get it, but Alex Call, River Falls native, he got his World Series. So, take the names away from it, take away the Dodgers and such, and you just watch the games and kind of look at the series overall. Entertaining. A really good series. Goes 7. Hot games. A couple extra inning games. Big moments. Big hits. Big plays. Awesome performances from others. A lot to like from this series. But the question now, okay, I'll kind of throw this out to Brewers fans maybe. All right. you just saw the Dodgers win this series. Is it simple as for the Brewers to be in that position next year? Is it hitting? Is it pitching? More pitching? Or maybe you're just like, yeah, no way, they ain't going to do it. They don't have the cash to compete in that. I'm really curious to see how this offseason goes for a lot of teams in baseball, especially when you consider the potential of a 2027 work stoppage. Do you see those teams who are like maybe the Dodgers, the Yankees, or the Mets saying, just in case there's going to be a limit on spending, we're going to spend more this offseason and try to grab it before a potential work stoppage? Kind of curious to see how that goes. Bucks will be back in action tonight. We'll chat a little hoops here. Bucks falling to the Kings. Yuck. They'll look to rebound and visiting the Pacers on the road. Miles Turner returning to Indiana. That game, 6 p.m. tonight's tip coverage will begin at about 5:30. It is Monday, so give me your best. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. Fill in the blanks. I'm not saying blank, but I'm just saying blank. The weekend hangover, what's the worst? Can't believe that happened, et cetera, et cetera. There is plenty of options when it comes to that Packers game for our weekend hangover. So there is literally probably no reason why nobody shouldn't have an answer for our weekend hangover. But let's get more into it, shall we? That's your game plan for us this morning. We got to take a quick break, and we'll get to some more Packers talk. What's maybe the most disappointing thing outside of the loss yesterday? But what's maybe the most disappointing thing from that game yesterday? Was it the run defense, the inability to stop the run? Was it the offense? I mean, was there something? Injuries, Tucker Kraft, there's a lot to be disappointed in the game yesterday. And then, how confident are you in Luke Musgrave to step in to the role and fill this huge loss with Tucker Kraft? Maybe potentially sounds like going to be done for the season. Lots to digest with this thing. So let's get at it. All right, first break, and we'll be back with a whole lot more. Talking some green and gold coming up after these few words. And today our good friends at Hy-Vee are helping out the community, especially the kiddos. Starting from today to November 7th, every Hy-Vee store with a hot food service will offer free kids meals for children 12 and under, along with $3 hot meals from 4 to 7 p.m. for all customers. Dine in or to go. Again, starts at 4 p.m. Kids 12 and under, free $3 meals for the rest. For today on the menu, baked potato with pulled pork. Doesn't that sound good? I know it's probably early morning and you're probably thinking breakfast right now, but what a cool thing that Hy-Vee and Eau Claire and Hy-Vee is doing. So check them out. If you haven't been to Hy-Vee, there's a perfect opportunity. What have you been doing if you're missing out on Hy-Vee? All right, 2424 East Claremont Avenue in Eau Claire. Check out the team shop. My wife was just actually there the other day eyeing up one of the green and gold Packers vests that they've got over there too. So a lot of good stuff. And always make sure to follow the Hy-Vee Facebook page for some one-day sales, 3-day sales, et cetera, et cetera. All right, let's jump right into it. Got a few texts. Jeremy says, in my opinion, LaFleur is trying to be the smartest man in the room, and it is completely backfiring. Yesterday, it seemed like he was afraid to let Love loose. I completely agree that there needs to be a balance, but yesterday seemed so run-heavy. LaFleur consistently fails to have his team ready to go, and it bit them yesterday. Can only play one half as an offense. The defense played okay. Only giving up 16 points should result in a win, especially at home. But that run defense was so bad. How do you give up a 19-yard run at the end of the game? Just a very ugly game, and most disappointed in the fact that they never were ready to go to start a game. I would say wash your hands and move on from this game, but I don't believe that LaFleur can help fix any of these issues. Evan says, I don't feel good about this at all, Dan, but there is this, I guess. And, yeah, I saw this. You're looking at 2010. They suffered their second loss by a score of 16-13 and lost Jermichael Finley in that. And I also saw another 2010 thing, too, where it was like heading into Week 10, every team now has at least – there's no team with one or fewer losses. So first time since 2010 as well. So, I mean, you got that to point at. Yeah, 2010, definitely a lot of injuries. We know that. But Benjamin and Eau Claire, I like that McKinney got a pick after I basically called him out last week. Maybe I should call out some more players. There you go, Benjamin. I'm not saying I don't believe in Jordan Love, but I'm just saying I don't trust his decision-making. See, the thing is, Benjamin, if you got a couple of specific examples, let me know. Like the 1 4th and 8th throw, that first of all, the play was stupid. The decision to go for it was stupid. And then I don't know what he was trying to throw all the way across the field. I don't know if he assumed that Romeo would come and try to get it in that. I don't know, but that was like, hey now. C-Bomb says, I don't care if Rico went for 250. We scored 13 against Carolina at home. I've been a Matt LaFleur apologist, but this loss, Matt better look in the mirror to see why they lost this game. Defense gave up 100 yards passing and 16 points. Not scoring 20 or more at home against Carolina is downright an embarrassment. I'm with a lot of you right now in terms of Matt LaFleur. I don't get it. I don't get the game plans, the decision making, the play calls. I don't get it. I don't understand it. And going to the run, to me, a lot of it is just so predictable too. Like, what happened? Where is this play calling sometimes that we've seen where it's like, oh yeah, he's in the zone. But it seems to have become so predictable, especially when it comes to running the football. I mean, how many times it's like first down, you're going to run it. Or the shotgun. I mean, this has been a bugaboo for like Badger football fans for how many years? But like running out of shotgun formation, especially on short situations like 3rd and 1 or a couple yards, get behind the center. Run out from behind the center. And the pass routes, the passing concepts, I mean, they seem very generic. A lot of stick routes. Where's the creativity? I get it. You lose Tucker Kraft in this game, and it takes out a lot. It takes away from your game plan and such. But okay, we're going to need to see some major creativity going forward. Especially if, like, Matthew Golden is going to be missing some time, because your pass-catching department is going to be lacking. And if you're going to go from Tucker Kraft to Luke Musgrave, one of the biggest differences you're going to see, well, a couple of them. One, Musgrave can't block like Tucker Kraft. Two, you're losing the best guy at yak, yards after catch. This is a heck of an opportunity for Luke Musgrave. There's no question about it. But you're going to have to adjust your offensive approach with him in there and not Tucker Kraft. The question is going to be, do we trust that that's going to change? Especially with the Eagles coming to town a week from today, Monday Night Football. With that defense. Oh, and the Eagles just got Jair Alexander, too. Not saying that's going to be a huge difference. It's just like weird, right? There's something going on with Ja. That situation's weird. Might be one good thing Green Bay did. Move on from that. But they could probably use a corner right now. I don't even know if he's going to play in that game or not. Another healthy scratch against Baltimore last week. Anyways, I digress. I look at this is one of easily, and I kind of like what C-Bomb said too. I've probably been a Matt LaFleur apologist. There's no question. This right now, though, the seats, I don't know if the seat's hot. I don't know if the seat's warm. I still don't think he's going to get fired this year. I know there's a lot of fans on social media that want him gone. I don't think that's going to happen right now unless there's an epic collapse now going forward. I don't see it happening. But that dude's got to change some of his philosophy. That dude has got to change. Something's going on. So, I don't know if he's overthinking it, like a couple of you said. But the decision-making, the overall flow of the offense, yes, you look at some of the numbers, and especially heading into that game, top 5, top 10 in a lot of offensive categories. But you look at the consistency part of it, and you just look at really kind of, we've all watched these games. We know. We see it. We don't box score scout it. We always felt like there was something there was maybe a couple things missing, whether it's just been complete 4 quarters of great offensive football. But we've watched these games. I mean, the Steelers won finally in the second half. You know, Dallas, second half, they had to keep going because the defense couldn't get off the field. And then, the Cincinnati game, Arizona. I mean, we've all watched these games. We see it. We notice it. There hasn't been 4 complete quarters of offensive football this year, right? There just hasn't been. And I'm really, really disappointed in the performance from Matt LaFleur's from his coaching for this game, but overall this year too. I'm really disappointed. And again, I think you all know me. I'm probably a little bit more cautious. I don't get, like after one bad game, fire that guy. I don't get that animated. I'm pretty calm, but I'm incredibly disappointed right now. There's just no reason for this. A lot of it starts with the offensive line, the penalties, the holding. That offensive line group has been, I would say, disappointing. The Elton Jenkins to center has not gone as smooth as I think a lot of people assumed it would go. Aaron Banks signing looks like a joke. I don't like the fact that they keep rotating right guards between Morgan and Sean Ryan. That just seems like a mess. So when you got that, when there's penalties and shuffling around guys and all that and just poor play, I don't know if that factors into some of his thought process and calling plays and that, but it starts there, and it's kind of been a waterfall after that. Incredibly disappointed. Now you lose a guy like Tucker Kraft, who was probably well on his way to, I would say, all-pro season. Assuming he's going to miss this whole year, the rest of the year now. This is where, if you're a coach and the play caller, a lot of it is going to be on his shoulders now. Your back is against the wall. Yes, you're still in first place in the division. We're going to hear that all week. Hey, we're still first place in the division. We control our destiny. We got a lot of football ahead of us. Blah, blah, blah. We're going to hear all those talking points this week. And I know we're all getting frustrated by some of the coach speak from Matt LaFleur. But we're going to hear it again this week. But we're not stupid. We see how this team is trending. We see the injuries. We see the inconsistency, okay? It's not all hunky-dory. It's not all gravy. But this is where Matt LaFleur, as you as the head coach and you as the offensive play caller, you have to improve. You have to look at yourself in the mirror. You have to help out your team right now. No Tucker Kraft. An offensive line that is inconsistent. Jaden Reed's not going to be back yet. How do you, as an offensive play caller and a schemer, get the most out of your offense and get this offense running at a consistent rate? How do you, as a play caller, help combat some of these injuries? How are you going to adjust? A lot of people bringing up that 2010 season. They lose Jermichael Finley. They lose Nick Barnett. All these guys, right? Yes, Aaron Rodgers upped his game to another level that year. The defense played well. But you lose a lot of those guys. You do have to give a credit to the coaches, Mike McCarthy, for adapting. Okay, we lose this guy because they went into that 2010 season really going to feature Jermichael Finley that year. He gets hurt against Washington. He's done for the year with a meniscus. They adjusted. We saw the emergence of James Starks later on in the season when he was able to play. Matt LaFleur needs to do that same thing. What is he going to do differently? How is he going to adjust as not only the head coach, but as a play caller? A lot is riding on his shoulders for this second half of the season. And we need to see a better coaching performance. Uninspired. Flat. Anything you want to use to describe yesterday's game is probably accurate. I feel like a parent right now. Well, I am a parent, but when the parent says to your kid, "I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed," and it's like that's the worst, right? I'm disappointed. I'm really disappointed. And it's hard not to look at this upcoming schedule and be nervous. It's hard not to. Again, you got Philly. Then you got the Giants. But then you got the Vikings. And then the Lions. And then the Bears. And then the Broncos. And then the Bears. And then the Ravens. And then the Vikings. Is there 5-6 more wins in there? To get to double digits and maybe get to the postseason and such. NFC North is insanely tight. Man, that tie against Dallas is actually helping out Green Bay. A win would have been a whole lot better against Dallas, but that tie is actually helping them out a little bit better than taking that L. And of these final 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games, 7 of the 9 are conference. Have to win your conference games. Especially at this moment in time when things are so tight in the NFC, so tight within your division when it comes to tiebreakers. All right, we got to take a quick break, but a whole lot more. Let me throw this one out there to you, too, Packers fans. What do you do about the kicking situation? I think it's a question. Now, I know they gave McManus that deal before the season, but do you switch kickers based off of just a couple of games from what you saw from the other guy? Do you give him a shot? I mean, they're carrying him still. I would say, honestly, and I know McManus has been on the injury report, so it's just, they're being cautious maybe and just protecting themselves. But at this point, what do you do? Let me know. Okay, we got to take a quick break. We'll be back, though, in just a couple minutes to talk some more green and gold after these quick words. Deer season or football season, Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire has hunters and tailgaters covered. Known for expert venison processing, Mike's turns that hard-earned deer into high-quality cuts, sausages, and a whole lot more. And for the next big game, grab some of their famous homemade brats, perfect for any tailgate party. Local flavor, family service, and quality you could taste. That's Mike's Star Market. Stop on in today and taste the difference. Don't forget, too, if you've had any luck in the woods, send us those pics, and I can put them up on our Facebook page to give you a little bit more bragging rights up there. So bucks are definitely moving. Some of you sending me pictures of big old monsters in the in the city, too, or in your town limits. So things just got a whole lot more interesting for that Eagles game. Eagles just acquired Jalen Phillips, edge rusher from the Miami Dolphins, for a third-round pick. So, yeah, got that now to prepare, because you know he's probably going to be playing next week. Evan says, did Micah even record a stat? They had backups all along the offensive line and even lost another. The lack of pass rush was embarrassing. He did have a TFL, tackle for a loss. They were able to get some pressure. It was just Bryce. They were allowing Bryce Young to step up in the pocket or hit the edge, but only one sack on Bryce Young, I think it was. Was it just one? I'll have to double check. Let me see who. Yeah, it was. It was his, Xavier McKinney one. So that was it. Nothing from Rashawn. Nothing from Devontae. Nothing from Micah. None of those guys. Jeremy says, I do believe Musgrave can take a big step here. Just a short 2 years ago, after the rookie season, we were a lot higher on Musgrave than Kraft. I'm not saying he is better than Kraft, but he has a chance, potential. Probably we'll see a lot more Watson, seeing he is the best blocking receiver. Any word on Reed yet? Well, if you remember last week, some of the reporters at practice saw Reed working on the sideline and doing some running and some catching and such. They weren't able to film it because he is in the rehab process and such. So, but you can, no real update other than that. But I would imagine that means he's progressing and that he's getting closer and closer, because initially it was maybe sometime in November, end of November. So maybe getting closer, maybe getting a little bit closer. I don't know, but. I don't know if people are trying. I got a couple people trying to send me pictures. Again, reminder, pictures don't come through here. So best way is to email it and such. So again, just throw that out as a reminder. Pictures don't come through the texting line very great. So a couple more messages here. Let's go to the video stream, because we've had a lot of chit chat over there. Joe says this defense held them to 16 points. Should have been enough to win it. No cojones at all in play calling. Digital says uninspired offensive play calling. What else did he have to say? Oh, okay. Yeah, a couple other things on here, too. That's baseball stuff. We'll get to some baseball talk coming up a little bit later on. We've got Ben on our texting line also saying that frustrated with the offensive game plan and the play calling from yesterday's performance. Matt LaFleur did nothing to help out his team come away with a W. I am definitely concerned about the rest of this season, knowing the injuries we have and seeing the upcoming schedule. Continue to send me your thoughts, Packers Nation, 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. All right, text it on over, or you can hit us up on the YouTube video stream. Send those on over there, too, your thoughts on yesterday's performance. What about the kicking situation? Kind of do a little informal poll here. Do you make the switch? Do you stay with McManus? How do you see this thing playing out? Also, we did put up last night for our Post Glass and Mirror 715 Speaks poll question. About the halfway mark right now. It's tight in the NFC North. How do you feel this division is going to be played out? Who's going to win the division? Green Bay still at the top. Lions falling yesterday, their third loss. Bears are at the same record, 5-3. Vikings at 500 at 4-4. Who do you feel is going to come away with the division? We know the Packers schedule. If you look at the Lions' upcoming schedule, Commanders now with no Jaden Daniels. Then they got the Eagles. Then they got the Giants, Packers, Cowboys, Packers. Commanders, Eagles, Giants, Packers, Cowboys, Rams, Steelers, Vikings, Bears. Bears' upcoming schedule. They've got Giants, Vikings, Steelers, Eagles, Packers, Browns, Packers, 49ers, Lions. And then the Vikings' upcoming schedule. They've got the Ravens, Bears, Packers, Seahawks, Commanders, Cowboys, Giants, Lions, Packers. Who do you got? Who do you got? All right, let's take a quick break. A whole lot more to get to here. Don't forget, it is also a Monday. It's a I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. And the weekend hangover. What was a moment? What was a play? What was a player that you just can't believe happened or has frustrated you the most? Or you know how like a hangover works, right? It's like, oh, I can't believe I did that. Or I can't believe that happened. What was that for you from a sports sense? Okay? Text it. We'll get to those coming up a little bit later on. All right, final break for the hour. Keep your thoughts coming, Packers fans. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. November deer hunt is right around the corner, and before you head out to the woods, make sure you're ready with a stop at Tilden Gun. Whether you're looking for a new rifle, shotgun, ammo, scopes, gear, Tilden Gun has the best selection around and the best prices to match. Seriously, though, if you're hunting for deals, this is where to go. This is where the trail ends. The crew, Sean, Hunter at Tilden Gun, know their stuff. They're hunters. They're outdoorsmen. They'll help you find exactly what you need to make this deer season one to remember. And hey, while you're there, start thinking about the holidays too, right? Because if you got that hunter that you got to be shopping for or such, what would make a better gift than something from Tilden Gun? So before you head out to the woods or maybe starting to do a little shopping, head to Tilden Gun. Great gear, great prices, awesome people. You can check out their website, tildengun.com, or visit them at 12427 98th Avenue in Chippewa Falls. Mark says, not the defense. Stats prove it out. They only scored 16 points. Outgained them by 100 yards. We got to score despite any injuries. We have enough weapons. I was driving back from deer camp listening on the radio and almost drove off the road on the 4th and 8 stupid decision. First time I have lost total confidence in our coach. And I know I only got a minute left here, but that is my weekend hangover pick, is the 4th and 8 decision. You know, for our weekend hangover, it's that worst, can't believe thing that happens over the weekend. That is my weekend hangover pick, is that 4th and 8 decision. That I just, no. I couldn't process that. Seriously, like, it does LaFleur sometimes just have flashbacks to that NFC Championship game, and he's got, like, scarred from that, and that alters some of his decision? I don't know. But know the moment. Know the moment. Know the flow of the game. That was just mind-boggling. And Jordan Love was asked about it after the game, too. I don't know if anybody saw this. And he pretty much said Matt decided to go for it on that decision. And it's like, kind of gave the impression that maybe Jordan didn't agree with that decision either. All right, a whole lot more. If you're just joining us, just waking up, Packers fans, your thoughts, text it on over. Hit us up on the video stream. We got some news updates. We'll be back after these words. All right, here we go. Second hour kicking off on this non-victorious Monday morning. If you're a Packers fan, that is. It is a Victory Monday if you're perhaps maybe a Vikings fan or maybe one of our local athletes that had some success at state cross country. Volleyball teams advancing the state. Football teams still alive in the postseason. Regis with a come-from-behind victory. A nail-biter against Fall Creek Friday night. Hey, we'll break that all down with our local sports roundup. Justice Cleveland, WEAU 13 News is going to be joining us in the 9 o'clock hour to break it down for our Carpet City Flowing Center local sports roundup. So got that coming your way. It is a Monday, which means we're still looking for your I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. You fill in the blanks and you let me know. I'm not saying blank, but I'm just saying blank. And then the weekend hangover. What moments, what play, what's something that stands out to you from this weekend, this weekend's games that you're just like, huh? What? Why? How? If you missed it before the top of the hour, mine was that 4th and 8 decision. I don't get it. I don't get some of the decision making. I don't understand it. I will acknowledge, too, LaFleur and those coaches are 5 million times smarter than me, smarter than a lot of us. Okay? But I still don't understand the thinking and the mindset, the decision-making process. Like, what was you that afraid to throw McManus out there? Yes. You were perfectly fine when you did score that last touchdown to put him out there for an extra point that would have been about the same distance, potentially, I think, maybe even a little bit longer, to tie the game. So, the inconsistency in all this is just frustrating. And I don't know what else to kind of describe yesterday's, like to go back with Mark said in that text before the top of the hour, first time that he has lost total confidence in our coach. And I'm kind of getting there too, if not already there, Mark. I don't want to get onto a fire this, fire that bandwagon. I'm not that type of person. But my confidence level right now is it's pretty low. It's pretty low. Like if we were to do a scale of 1 to 10, man, I don't know how low I'd go, but it's definitely below a 5. How about you Packers fans? Let's do a poll. Let's do a gauge, a vibe check. Okay? 1 through 10. 1 through 10. How confident are you in Matt LaFleur right now? How confident are you as him, the head coach, offensive play caller? 1 through 10. I know probably on a Monday morning, the day after is probably not the best time to ask that because emotions are still raw. I get it. I understand it. But how low are they? And this doesn't necessarily mean that you want to see him fired, you want to see him gone, you want to see a regime change or anything like that. It's just confidence level heading into the second half of this season. Where are you at with it? It's fair to say if it's pretty low right now. I don't think that's overreacting or being a hot take or anything like that. I do want to talk a little baseball here. World Series wrapping up. Dodgers coming away, back-to-back champs. Overall, take away the team names, baseball fans. Was it a pretty entertaining series? I think so. Did it go the way that the majority of us probably wanted it to go? Maybe not. I think a lot of people, myself included, were rooting for the Blue Jays. Wanted to see Toronto pick it up. Maybe it was the local connections because of Dalton. Yes, you had Alex calling the Dodgers and such. But also, it's the Dodgers. So, majority, at least from those who chimed in, were rooting for the Blue Jays. It goes 7. Couple extra inning games, especially game 7. Then you had the 18-inning one earlier on. Big moments, big hits, big plays, big pitching performances. You take away the team names and you just watch that, you'd be like, that was a really good series. And it was. That's when you look at playoff series, 7 games, 5 games, however long that series is, if you could get performances like that, that's what makes playoffs, whether it's playoff baseball or playoff hoops, awesome. I love playoff baseball. And that was a big reason why from that World Series that we just witnessed. Moments, big-time performances, big-time plays. I mean, even Game 7, that catch by Dalton in center field, too. What a catch. You had it all across the board. So it was a really entertaining World Series. Am I a little disappointed it was the Dodgers? Yes, of course I am. But it is also award season now for the for Major League Baseball, and I hate to break it to you, but Bryce Terang will not be winning the Gold Glove for the Brewers at second base. Nico Horner ended up getting it for second base for the for the National League. So Bryce Terang didn't get it. Actually, I don't think anybody from the Brewers got it. So just looking at the National League, let me bring it up here quick. All right. Patrick Bailey, Matt Olson, Nico Horner, Wynn. You got Hayes, Ian Happ, Pete Crow Armstrong, and Tatis got it in right field over Mr. Sal Frelick, Logan Webb, and then, So no Brewers with the Gold Glovers after getting a couple of them last year. MLB.com had a piece up. Which teams have the best chance to dethrone the Dodgers in 2026? You ready for this? Reds. It's impressive that they even reached the postseason this year, but that just vindicated bringing Terry Francona as manager. He really did get them to take the next step. Now it's time for Ellie De La Cruz to take that next step. You've got the Phillies and the Brewers. Even the most skeptical Brewers fan at one point this season thought this might finally be the year. How could you not? They had the best record in baseball, the best record in franchise history, no less. They had a glorious habit of coming from behind. They got contributions from a seamless, endless number of folk heroes, and perhaps most of all, they had a chance to do it for Bob Uecker, the Brewers legend who passed away in January. And until the NLCS, it sure looked like it was going to happen. But then the Dodgers starters squeezed the Brewers offense into dust. So, we'll see. I mean, there's going to be so much with this hot stove season, this off season. I'm really curious to see what the Brewers do, how they kind of approach this off season. And it comes hot and heavy right away. The 5th day after the World Series, that's the deadline for teams and players to make decisions on contract options. The deadline for clubs to reinstate all players on the 60-day injured list, and the deadline for clubs to tender qualifying offers. Also, the, quote, quiet period ends, and Major League free agents are free to sign with any club as of 4 p.m. Central. I mean, like that. It gets going. November 18th, deadline for players to accept qualifying offers. November 21st, tender deadline. So, who are the Brewers free agents? Just as a quick reminder, Shelby Miller, Jordan Montgomery. Contract options, Contreras, $12 million club option, $100,000 buyout. He would be arbitration eligible if the option is declined. Rhys Hoskins, $18 million mutual, $4 million buyout. Got to imagine it's going to be a buyout. Danny Jansen, $12 million mutual, $500,000 buyout. I would imagine that's going to be a buyout too. Freddie Peralta, $8 million club option. I think that's going to be picked up. Jose Quintana, $15 million mutual, $2 million buyout. Brandon Woodruff, this is an interesting one, $20 million mutual, $10 million buyout. Arbitration eligible, Trevor McGill, Garrett Mitchell, Blake Perkins, Bryce Terang, and Andrew Vaughn. So we're going to get some instant decision making from the Brewers. All right. We've got Chad from Bloomer saying he's at a 4 for the confidence level for Matt LaFleur. Brandsbaum says 6, more of what he called last week against Aaron. All right. Continue to send me your picks. We'll get back to some more football talk as well. We also got Bucks back in action tonight, coming off of a loss against the Kings. Bucks sitting at 4-2. They're going to be taking on the Pacers in Indiana. Miles Turner returning to Indiana. So got a little hoops chat coming at you as well. All right, quick break. We'll be back after these few words. Let's be honest. When was the last time you looked down at your floors and thought, man, these things have seen better days? Well, with the holidays coming up, family, friends, in-laws about to walk through that door, it may be time for a little bit of a flooring upgrade. That's where Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire comes in to help. They've got everything. Carpet, luxury vinyl planks, tile, laminate, you name it. The selection is awesome, but so is the team because they make shopping for floors pretty fun. Even if you're not sure where to start, what would look the best in your space, what fits within your budget, their team will help you out every single step of the way. They'll match or beat the competition's prices too. So get those floors ready for the upcoming holidays and impress everyone. Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire, where beautiful floors begin and holiday panic ends. You can stop by their store today at 3109 East Hamilton Avenue in Eau Claire. We've got C-Bomb says a 6. What concerns me is he cannot get his team ready to play. Every game they come out to the same level of their competition. They don't have the fire. They don't have the juice. They had it the first 2 weeks of the season, and that's been it. Here's what we need right now. We all need our buddy G-Man in his optimism. We could all use a heavy dose this morning. Where are you, G-Man? There you go. Yeah, that's a good one. Where, G-Man? Might have to pump up Packers Nation at this point in time. So, if you're just joining, we've been kind of throwing out the vibe check, the poll, the gauge. Where are you at in your confidence in Matthew LaFleur, which actually apparently is his birthday today. So happy birthday, Coach. I might be a little bit careful for the social media pages to maybe post that because I think there's going to be some Packers fans that may not have great birthday wishes for him. I think it also is Tucker Kraft's birthday today, too. I think I saw somebody post that. But, okay. If you were to give Matt LaFleur a birthday gift today in terms of maybe to help out the team, what would you kind of give him? Make it appropriate and clean. So if it's a good one, I can actually say on the air in that. But, yeah. So I'd say it averages out between some of the responses that we've got is probably about a 5. Probably about a 5 right now in terms of the confidence level in Matt LaFleur to go for the second half of the season. We got some 6s, got a couple 4s, so probably a little over a 5, which it's average. Average right now. And I think one thing that's probably, I don't want to speak for all fans, but I think there's probably one thing that's really annoying Packers fans is, what's the best way to say this? Some of the talking points or some of the stuff that he says that, we got our butts kicked last night, or, we got to come out, gas on or foot on the gas, all gas, no brakes. And it's like, okay, but all this is falling flat. All these these quotes, these phrases, these things to get people riled up or your team riled, it's not working. And I think for a lot of fans, again, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think a lot of fans are getting frustrated to that point because it's like, okay, you're saying all this, but nothing, you're not following it, or the team's not following it. It's not working. So change it up. Do something different. I don't know exactly what that could be, but I think that's where a lot of fans are coming at is, okay, but this isn't working. You're not coming out fire. You're not playing with your foot on the gas. You're not playing aggressive. And a lot of you have kind of chimed in talking about the play calling, and I don't know if it's some of you have used the word scared or no cojones. That to me is probably one of the biggest frustrating, disappointing things I have right now for this ball club is the inconsistency and just the questionable game plans and play calling. I don't quite get it. I feel like there's too many times he calls a play or has a game plan for the team that maybe he wants on offense or what he wants to do on offense or what he envisions instead of maybe, okay, let's build around with what we have. Like that was my biggest gripe, or it is my biggest gripe when it comes to coaches and such, is stop coming up with game plans or play calls and trying to fit square pegs into a round hole. Ego comes into play, I think, a lot for coaches and play callers. It's like, knock it off, okay? Get it. You want to do this. But sometimes with the personnel that you have and with the players that you have, why not build around them and do what they do best? Put them in a position to succeed. I feel like there's a little bit of that. I feel like, is there some overthinking to it? Is it pretty vanilla? Is it pretty blah? Is it pretty generic? All the above. And I do think a lot of it, hands may be tied in some instances when it comes to what they're trying to do on offense because of stupid penalties on the offensive line. One step forward, two steps back because, oh, wait, there's another holding call. Or an illegal shift. Talk about sucking out any energy or momentum or any flow when you have those type of penalties. One of the most disappointing things, I think, there's been a few, but one of the most disappointing things from a player standpoint or a position standpoint has definitely been, in my opinion, the offensive line. They've dealt with some injuries. I understand that. I get that. I don't think the Elton Jenkins to center thing has worked out as smooth as they thought. Not saying he's been awful, but I think there was some really high expectations. And there's been some rough goings. There's been a lot of inconsistency. That's kind of the word of the day, inconsistency. I don't like the constant shuffling around the offensive line. Let's start with Morgan, then go to Sean Ryan, then back to Morgan, then Sean Ryan. I hate that. I hate it. Aaron Banks, that signing right now, not looking the greatest. It's not. Call it what it is. Both the free agent signings right now has not worked out great when you look at Aaron Banks and Nate Hobbs. So, yeah, it's been incredibly frustrating and annoying, right? And annoying. You look at the trade deadline coming up tomorrow. And there's been various reports out there from football insiders, media members, and that the Packers have been calling around looking for corners, whether you believe it or not. But you look at, okay, interior defensive line help now. Do you kind of look at that like, okay, especially if Colby Wooden banged up, they need more help up there to beef up that interior? There's definitely some needs. There's no question about it. But I'm still skeptical whether they're actually gonna make a move or not. Ron says 3.95. I just don't understand what he's doing with the kicker. If he is truly dealing with something, then stop trotting him out there when you have another kicker inactive. I just don't get it. So my confidence is waning. Keep sending them on over, peeps. All right, we got to take another break here. We'll have a whole lot more coming up after these few words. VFW Post 305 in Eau Claire is the place to go for live music, great food, and where great times come together. Casual dinners with friends to packed nights with local bands. There's always something happening at the VFW Post 305. The kitchen is serving up some delicious meals. The drinks are always cold, and the atmosphere always welcoming. Whether it's a night out, a community event, or just a place to relax, VFW Post 305 has it all. Visit them today at 1300 Star Avenue in Eau Claire. We will get back to some more green and gold chats coming up a little bit later on. You can continue to send us your thoughts, hitting us up with a quick text, 715-830-1912, or join in on the YouTube video stream. We've got local sports roundup coming up with Justice Cleveland from WEAU 13 News in the 9 o'clock hour. Little hoops chat. Hey, Badger basketball season tips off tonight, so college basketball getting underway. Games that actually count. The 24th ranked Badgers will be taking on Campbell. Tip time 7 p.m. Bucks are also back in action tonight. They're going to be taking on the Pacers in Indiana. Miles Turner making a return back to Indiana. So Bucks coming off of a loss against the Kings the other night, kind of poo-poo loss, even with the return of Giannis, 135-133, and that was with the Bucks jumping out to dropping 47 points in the first quarter and jumping out to an 11-point lead. But Kings outscored them in quarters 2 and 3. Bucks trying to play a little catch-up in the fourth, and not enough. They even shot 50, almost 60% from the field overall in that game. And they shot nearly 47% from 3 in that game. You look at those numbers, and you're like, dang, how do you lose that one? I mean, shooting nearly 60% overall from the field and almost 47% from 3. Defensive struggles for this Bucks team, man. Defensive struggles. Going back to that game against the Kings, as we mentioned, Giannis did return to the lineup. Nearly a triple-double again for the Greek Freak. 26 points, 11 rebounds, and 8 assists. Everybody but Miles Turner was in double-figure scoring from a starting standpoint. You had Gary Trent Jr. contributing 17, A.J. Green 17, Ryan Rollins with 16. Kyle Kuzma had himself a game, though, coming off the bench. 22 points. Bobby Portis contributing 16 points coming off the bench. So, Bucks 4-2 right now, going up against a Pacers team that is struggling at the beginning of the season, which I don't think is really surprising anybody, even though they were in the finals last year. You lose Miles Turner, Tyrese Halliburton out with that Achilles injury. I think we all kind of knew that, yes, Pacers were probably going to have a down year this year. And right now, that is clearly evident with their 1-5 record. Bucks are favored by 6.5 in this game. Matchup predictor has them with an advantage of 57.9%. When you do a quick look at the standings in the very early goings as we're heading into the second week of this season, of this NBA season, you look at the Eastern Conference, this probably two teams that I would say not a lot of people expected to be at the top. You got the Philadelphia 76ers and the Chicago Bulls, both 5-1 to begin the season. Bulls are undefeated at home, 4-0, whereas the 76ers are undefeated on the road, 3-0. Bucks sitting in that third spot, 4-2 in the Eastern Conference standings. Western Conference, there's only one team that is undefeated in the entire NBA, and they're in the Western Conference, and they are the defending champions, the Oklahoma City Thunder. 7-0 to begin the year. They got a point differential of a 12.4, which is the best, or excuse me, second best in the NBA, because the Houston Rockets have the highest point differential at 13.6, but they're 3-2 so far. So, but the Spurs 5-1 to begin their season, suffered their first loss just the other night. So, but that's kind of where things are at right now in this NBA season. The first, as we begin the second week this week. So, looking ahead to the Bucks schedule, they got this game against the Pacers tonight. Then they are right back at it tomorrow on the road, taking on the Raptors. So back-to-back nights, and then he'll be home for a couple nights against the Bulls. That might actually be a pretty big game now, considering where the standings are at, the early standings, and then home against Houston. So a couple of good ones there Friday, and that Houston game's going to be on Sunday. So, but looking at, again, where everything's at, Giannis still doing his thing, coming back. Yeah, didn't put up over 30 points for the first time this season. What the heck is wrong with Giannis? So his points per game actually dropped a little bit. Jeez, what a bum. But actually still leads the league in scoring points per game. He's number one in the league in scoring, 34.2 points per game. He's fourth in the league in rebounds, 13.4. And he's 14th in assists, 7.2. You look at Giannis, and that's one of those numbers that has kind of jumped out to me so far, has been him dishing the ball a little bit. You look at the last couple years, okay, 2024-25 season and the 2023-24 season, Giannis averaged 6.5 assists per game. Those were his highest of his career. Otherwise, he's been a high in the fives, 5.8, 5.9, 5.7. This year's at a 7.2. It's an uptick, which, again, it makes complete sense considering the style of offense that they're playing, the outside shooters that they have. Spreading him out, if he's going to be a little bit more of a primary ball handler, it makes a ton of sense. It's fitting that narrative. It's fitting that offensive system. And so far right now, he is averaging career highs, not only in assists, but points, rebounds, blocks, about on par so far. Assists, a little bit below, or not assists, steals, excuse me, a little bit below. So, but he's setting in the very, 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 very early goings, just in the second week, averaging career highs in points, assists, rebounds, 3-point percentage through the roof. He's a 62.5% 3-point shooter, for crying out loud, people. Dude's dominating right now, so that's going to come down. But his field goal percentage, way high, 68.4% from the field. An efficient scorer so far to begin this season for the Bucks. Efficient scorer. All right, let's take also with the. I want to throw this out here just to switch it up a little bit. I know I've got a few questions out there, but another informal poll question with the college basketball season tipping off today for the Wisconsin Badgers. Coming in ranked 24th. What are your expectations? What are your predictions? We can do another vibe check on the upcoming Badger basketball season. I know you're probably thinking basketball near the bottom of the pecking order right now in terms of your fandom. But where's maybe your excitement level, considering Badger football has been kind of a dud? Kind of looking at this team coming in preseason ranked top 25. Where you at on a vibe check for Badger basketball? And if you're a Hoopster fan and you got some predictions for me, send those on over too. Okay, text those on over too. All right, let's take our final break for the second hour, and I'll reveal my I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. We'll hit that up. Coming up after these quick words. Winter and the holidays are coming up here, so don't let the aches and pains slow you down. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, they help you get back on your feet, back on the field, and feeling your best. Whether it's a sports injury, joint pain, or something that's been nagging you all year long, their expert team can help make the pain go away before the snow flies. Don't wait. Make your appointment today by visiting cvosm.com and get moving again this season. Speaking of Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, did think about Dr. Crow right away after the Tucker Kraft injury and such. But he did text this morning. And then we had some big injuries over the weekend, too. Last night, Jane Daniels, Dr. Crow, saying several big injuries over the weekend, with Jaden Daniels being the most gruesome. They reported it as a dislocation. The question is if it's a simple or complex, which basically means with or without fractures in addition to the dislocation. That will have a huge impact on his return. Tucker Kraft with the ACL. Generally, if the team doc informs the team about the concerns, it turns out to be true. Not always, but almost always. And the question I had, too, because it was like a side hit, right? We always kind of get nervous when it's the non-contact issues when it comes to these knee injuries and such. And so it was a side hit. I'm like, okay, that's got to be like an MCL right away. So, but as Dr. Crow said, side hits will generally cause MCL tears, but you can also get some rotation to the knee as well, which could also cause an additional injury to the ACL. So we'll maybe find out more today on his birthday, Tucker Kraft's birthday too. So, but if he is going to be done for the year, I think we're all operating under the assumption he's going to be out for at least a while. Best case scenario would be the MCL and not the ACL. But are you confident in Luke Musgrave filling in long-term for Tucker Kraft? Are you confident? It's going to be different. It's going to be different. You're not going to have the blocking skills of a Tucker Kraft. You're not going to have the yak skills, the yards after catch of a Tucker Kraft. But it's a heck of a moment and a hell of an opportunity for Lucas Musgrave to showcase why he was a second-round pick, to showcase some of that downfield throwing. I would have to imagine this is where it goes back to me for Matt LaFleur now, where he's got to rise to the challenge. He's got to step up. He's got to be a better play caller and a better coach. How are you going to put your players, your team, in a situation, a better situation, position them to win these ball games? Okay, you don't have Tucker Kraft anymore. Let's assume that. You're losing the yak. You're losing your best blocker from a tight end. You've got Lucas Musgrave now, who's going to be more of a better suited in the passing game, going down the seam, going down the field. How are you going to adjust your offense now to get the most out of your offense? You might be losing Matthew Golden now. I don't know how long that shoulder injury is going to keep him out. You got Christian Watson. You've got Romeo Dobbs. Now it's Lucas Musgrave, Savion Williams, Malik Heath, Jaden Reed, hopefully maybe few weeks. But until then, what is the offensive game plan going to be? You still got Josh Jacobs. I would imagine now more teams are going to key in on stopping the run. I would imagine you're probably going to see Green Bay wanting to throw more. But I've seen some people go out there and say, just throw more, throw more, throw more. I get it too. Obviously, your offensive line, I think, is better suited for pass protection than it is for run blocking right now. For whatever reason, it just seems like that. I get that to an extent. And I do think, yes, you do have to put the ball into Jordan Love's hands a little bit more. Especially, you saw the situations in the game yesterday. And even Greg Olsen was saying, put the ball in Jordan Love's hands. It felt like, okay, we handcuff him. Are we not putting him in the best position to succeed? So I get that. Put the ball in his hands a little bit more. Let him throw the rock a little bit more. But we cannot completely abandon the run game with Josh Jacobs. It's going to be a lot tougher now. A whole lot tougher to probably establish the run. If I'm an opposing defense now and I see that they don't have Tucker Kraft and potentially Matthew Golden, the speedster, I'm really prepared to say, okay, beat us with your pass offense. It's going to be tougher for Josh Jacobs. I don't think you can completely abandon him, though. Try to come up with creative ways to get him the football. Your offensive line isn't helping out too much with these ridiculous penalties. Try to still get 8 involved. You cannot completely ignore him. So I get it. I understand it. And I would agree. Yes, there are at times I want to see Love have the ball in his hands more or throw a little bit more. But we cannot completely ignore Josh Jacobs either and that running game. But I would expect going forward that maybe they're going to have – remember the old – was that during the Mike McCarthy era? Throwing the ball to set up the run, passing to set up the run. Are we going to get back to that a little bit instead of running the ball to set up the pass? I'm putting a ton of pressure on Matt LaFleur in these coming weeks. We got to see some ingenious play calling and schemes, and not just for a quarter, not just for a half, 4 flipping quarters. Help out your ball club. Help out your offense. They've been inconsistent, and now they're going to be losing some ballers. You're going to be losing some of your best playmakers. You got to help them out, and you've just got to do a better job overall. I'm not saying – this is my I'm not saying, but I'm just saying – I'm not saying that the Packers' rest of their season is doom and gloom and they're done and it's over with and they're going to miss the postseason and blah, blah, blah. But I'm just saying it's going to get a whole lot tougher, not just because of the injuries, but you look at the flipping schedule. You factor in the schedule, the strength of schedule, those injuries, and the way your team is just playing overall. These next, 10 games? No, 9 games. Yeah, 9 games, right? 9 games. Me and math. 5, 2, 1. There's 7, 7, and 8. No, 5. 9 games, yeah. Going to get a lot tougher. 7 of their 9 against conference teams. A boatload of division games in there. Mixed in with the Eagles. Mixed in with the Broncos. I would say a better Baltimore team now that Lamar Jackson's back, and that's not till December, so a lot could change. Whew. A lot of this is going to be on Matt LaFleur. The success of this team for the second half of this season, a lot of it is on the shoulders of him as the head coach, but also the offensive play caller. What is he going to do? How is he going to help out this team? What are the game plans? What are the schemes that he's going to be able to come up with and help out this ball club? We see teams all the time kind of weather the storm or never really miss a beat when a great player or a really good player misses time. And that's not to say that there won't be any effects or, we don't need Tucker Kraft or we don't need these guys. But I look at case in point, an example would be like the 49ers. How many injuries has that team had this year? Especially in the defensive side. Nick Bosa, done. Fred Warner, done. Brock Purdy, missing all of this time. They trade Deebo Samuel. They don't have Brandon Ayuk on the roster yet. Yet, you see that team still going out there and winning ball games, and they're 6-3. That's the type of game planning, scheming, play calling that we need to see from Matt LaFleur going forward. It helps to have Christian McCaffrey on there. No question about it. It helps to have George Kittle, who still missed a lot of time this year. But that's what I want to see. I want to see that type of performance from Matt LaFleur as a head coach, as a play caller. That's what I got to see. I mean, you got Christian McCaffrey, for crying out loud, leading the team in receiving for the 49ers. He's got more receiving yards this year than he does rushing yards. 596 on the ground, 626 through the air. He's got 80 targets, 61 catches so far this year. A running back halfway through the season. And his yak, 497. 4 receiving touchdowns to go along with his 4 rushing touchdowns. Christian McCaffrey is still getting the job done. But other than that, it's Kendrick Bourne and Ricky Pearsall and Juan Jennings. It can be done. It can be done with this team, with this Packers team. It's just, it goes back to, where's your confidence now in Matt LaFleur to get that job done? All right, let's take a quick break. We'll have more Packers talk. Local sports roundup coming up in an hour. We got some news updates. We'll be back in just a few minutes. All right. Third hour on this non-victorious Monday morning if you are a Packers fan. If you're a Vikings fan, it's a victorious Monday. If you maybe were a local athlete at the state cross country, had some good results, it's a victorious Monday. Volleyball teams going to state, Barron and Eau Claire Regis, you're a victorious Monday. Football team still alive at the high school level, it's a victorious Monday. We'll break down all of our local sports with our local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center when Mr. Justice Cleveland joins us 1 hour from now. 1 hour from now. Busy weekend for JC, and we got state volleyball coming up later on this weekend too, so it'll be busy for him coming up here too, so we'll preview all that and get to our local sports roundup with JC and EC coming up about an hour from now. Rick with an interesting comparison when it comes to Matt LaFleur. I think LaFleur is like Tony Dungy in Tampa. Turned the team around, but isn't a finisher. Moved on from him and won a Super Bowl. I think Ed Policy is making a change at the end of the year. He wants championships. All right, I'll throw that out to the rest of the listeners out there. Do you think Matt LaFleur is like a Tony Dungy? Let me add a little bit more to that, Rick, so people don't jump all over it. Tampa Bay Tony Dungy. Because I'm sure some people say, well, Tony Dungy won a Super Bowl with the Colts. You know, throw that out there. Is he Tampa Bay Tony Dungy? Do you buy that or do you not buy that, Packers fans? I'll throw that to the rest of the listeners out there. So it is Monday, so it's I'm not saying, but I'm just saying, fill in the blanks. Best ones I'll read on the air. I'm not saying blank, but I'm just saying blank. Also, it is a weekend hangover, meaning what was the worst? What was, I can't believe that happened? Play, like what? Like, y'all know, if you've ever had a hangover, like why? You question some of the decisions, you question some of the stuff, and all that's like, why? Mine was the 4th and 8, which I just, no. I didn't get it. I didn't get it at all. You know, going forward, if there is no Tucker Kraft for the rest of the season and such, who are the guys? Who are the players? You know, I think it starts with Matt LaFleur and game planning and scheming and that, and I still believe that. But from a player's standpoint, who are some of the players that maybe have to rise to that challenge, or we're going to see big-time contributions come from and such? I guess if there was maybe one positive from yesterday, you look at Christian Watson, that deep throw. He only had 2 catches, 4 targets for 58 yards. 52 came from the 1 catch. I think we're going to see Christian Watson. We have to see. Not only are we going to, but I think we have to see Christian Watson be more of a go-to guy, a presence, a player within this offense. Not just, a decoy or, a guy that is naturally going to draw a lot of attention. But this is a guy that I think can be a playmaker. And I think we're going to have to see him more involved, targeted more. Looking at some of the snap counts here, this was from our good friend, Mr. Rob Domofsky. So looking at the Packers side of things, Romeo Doubs played nearly every snap, 92% of the snaps, 92. Christian Watson, 66. Josh Jacobs, 58. After that, and then you have some injuries mixed in here and such. So, I would imagine Christian Watson's reps or snaps going to go up even more a week from today on Monday. Nate Hobbs played 33% of the snaps, so played 19 after just playing a few in the week prior. Looking at some of the rest, Xavier McKinney, Quay Walker, Edrin Cooper, Keyshawn Nixon defensively were the only ones at 100%. Micah Parsons, this is what I want to see, even though he had a TFL and such, 91% of the snaps. Thank you. I feel like Green Bay at times gets so stuck in rotations and that. Micah Parsons, needs to be out there that much. 91%. Rashawn Gary, 71%. Carrington Valentine, 74%, still getting the majority of reps from the corner spot. So, other than that, I mean, nothing really too. Yeah, Jordan Morgan did play 100% of the snaps. I think a lot of that helped because starter, but then the Aaron Banks injury, Sean Ryan comes in and plays 86% of the snaps from there. But trade deadline's coming up Tuesday. What if, and I still am a little skeptical on this. Now that what we saw from yesterday, do you think the biggest need is still corner? Or do you think Green Bay needs to try to find a defensive lineman? Maybe to help shore up some of that run defense up the middle, especially if there is any concern about Colby Wooden missing some long-term playing time. Do you think it's corner or do you think it's defensive lineman as the biggest need that the Packers have to try maybe to get by the deadline tomorrow if the Packers were even going to make a move, which I still don't think. So, I don't know. Vibe check, confidence level on a scale of 1 to 10 when it comes to Matt LaFleur and his coaching. How confident are you right now as a play caller, as a head coach? 1 through 10, 10 saying, I trust him with my kids. Or 0 saying, no, I wouldn't, no, not even close. If I based it off the average, it's probably a little over a 5. Got quite a few 6s, a couple 4s, did get a 7, did get a 3. So if just kind of doing some math in my head, it's probably like a 5.5, let's say. Let's call it a 5.5. So if you haven't chimed in on that, let me know. Also, I do have a post Glass and Mirror 715 Speaks poll question up on the Sports Talk page. We posted it up last night. About the halfway mark. We're going to save grades and such till probably tomorrow. Let the Monday morning blues kind of die down a little bit. But we'll save the second quarter halfway mark grades probably for tomorrow. Maybe even maybe Wednesday. We'll see. But anyways, Post Glass and Mirror 715 Speaks poll question. With it being at the halfway mark, who do you think is going to win this NFC North division? Who do you think takes it? You got the Packers still on top, 5-2-1. Lions falling yesterday to the Vikings to drop to 5-3. The Bears with a crazy finish to that game against the Bengals to improve to 5-3. And then the Vikings defeating the Lions yesterday. You got 46% going with the Lions, 41% going with the Packers, 10% going with the Vikings, 3% now going with the Bears. If you did vote in that, tell me why you voted the way you did. Give me your reason. If you pick Packers, why do you feel like it's going to be the Packers? Maybe you're just saying, that's who I'm rooting for. Okay. But if you truly believe that Green Bay will win the division this year, why do you feel that way? Okay. Why do you feel like? And be realistic for this next question. And I throw these questions out there because I value your input and I want your opinion and I want to get kind of a gauge of where Packers fans are at. And please let me know. But be realistic in this too. And I know it's a little overreaction Monday. Temperatures still high. Tempers maybe a little high too. Do you think Matt LaFleur should be on the hot seat? Is it a little bit warm? Is it scorching hot? Now, being realistic, is it scorching hot? No, it's not. Some may disagree with that. That's fine. Some may feel like it should be. But in all reality, right now, it's Probably not. At the end of the season, could be completely different. Anybody thinking there's going to be an in-season firing? It's not happening. Don't get your hopes up for that. It's not happening. I'd bet G-Man's 401k on that thing. Should it be a little bit warm? Should it be really hot? Again, I know I'm kind of asking that a little bit tongue-in-cheek because I know there's going to be people banging hard on the table that he needs to be shown out the door today on his birthday. I think this is definitely probably the most disappointed I've been in Matt LaFleur, I think, throughout his tenure. Not just from this game, but this season overall, too. If Green Bay had been dominating throughout this season and this was a hiccup, I'd be like, okay, poor, but yeah, was dominant throughout. It's not just this game. You look back at a lot of these games this season, and it is definitely the most disappointing I've been in with Matt LaFleur, probably throughout his whole career. A lot of head-scratching stuff. Cleveland didn't get the offensive game plan. Cincinnati, why did it come to that? Dallas, Arizona, slow again. And then yesterday. There's so many head-scratching stuff that I'm just like trying to figure out, like, what's the mindset? What's the thinking going behind this? I don't quite get it. I don't understand it. So it's not hot. But should it be under the microscope a little bit? I honestly think these next 9 games, these next 9 weeks, are going to be really interesting to kind of follow. Because we can tell, I'm not in the locker room. We're not in the locker room. But we can kind of tell when maybe a team checks out a little bit. And that's what becomes really dangerous for a head coach, when your team starts to check out. And if that starts to happen with these next 9 weeks, 9 games, you got a big problem. A big problem. So if Matt LaFleur right now, not only is it huge for him in terms of the offensive game plan going forward, putting your team in a position to win some of these games with a banged-up offense, you have got to make sure your team is still buying in. We're seeing Bengals players checking out, Dolphins players checking out. I mean, yesterday, after that Bengals game, apparently there was guys, including former Packer TJ Slayton, kind of just laughing and saying, talk to you all on Monday. Just kind of laugh. I mean, Dolphins, clearly evident, checked out. I don't think Green Bay's there yet. But if we start to get there, we can tell. That's going to be really important for Matt LaFleur to make sure that his players still buy in and believe in what they're trying to do. All right, quick break. Plenty more Green and Gold chats coming up in the next couple hours. We got hoops too. Badgers kicking off their season tonight. Bucks back in action. World Series. Lots more. We'll be back. Winter's coming, Eau Claire. You wait too long, they'll get you. That's why you should be making your appointment right now with AJM Automotive. It's time to swap out those worn-out tires for some new ones before Jack Frost has you slipping all across the road. And hey, think about that snowboard too. Make sure it's ready to go. If it's not, you need to bring it in for a little bit of tune-up. AJM Automotive can help you out with that too. And yeah, you never want to think about this. We hope you never get in that situation. That's what happened a few weeks ago. AJM Automotive does that too. What don't they do? Engine, brake, tire, oil change, getting the snowblower ready to go. They do it all. So put this number in your cell phone or give them a call to set up your appointment. 715-835-9523. That's 715-835-9523. AJM Automotive, located at 1919 Brackett Avenue in Eau Claire. Matt LaFleur yesterday, too, talked about their issues in the red zone, and it was bad yesterday. It was bad. Just 20% success out of the red zone. So I was looking at, okay, where are they ranked across the National Football League? 12th. They're 12th. They're at a 62.86% percentage from the red zone. However, if you look at the last three, 50%. Just 50%. This is kind of interesting, too. Home, 55.56%. Away, 70.59%. So they got a higher average than what they did last year in the red zone. Last year, they finished with the 58.33% in the red zone. So far this year, they're higher. But you look at yesterday's game for sure. Green Bay, they were getting into the red zone. They were moving the ball, but you got to come away with touchdowns. And I thought it was Greg Olsen again. Greg Olsen, I'm not saying, you know what? No, I am saying, okay? And actually, maybe this is a little bit more of a weekend hangover. Greg Olsen is a number one color commentator. He is number one. He needs to be with a number one group. I don't care about Brady, Aikman, Collinsworth, Kirk Herbstreit, Greg Olsen, for my money, number one. When I listen or watch a game, I want to learn. I want to be taught. I want something explained to me like I'm 5. Greg Olsen does that. And I thought he made a fantastic point yesterday talking about Ejiro Evero's defense for Carolina, especially when they get into the red zone. They force you to throw short or force you to kind of run in the red zone. And you saw that on full display in yesterday's game with Green Bay's inability to get into the red zone. Ejiro's defense was doing just that, keeping them out. I mean, for crying out loud, you go into a game. The only time we saw Daniel Whalen out there was holding the football, whether it was on kickoffs or field goals or one extra point. 13 points. And you don't punt the ball? You don't punt the ball once. You had a couple turnovers, fumble, and a pick. But you don't punt the ball and you only get 13 points. And as Matt LaFleur talked about, paraphrasing it a little bit, but they have got to figure out their red zone offense. Now, you look at some of the teams that are tops. Philadelphia is crazy good. 85% in the red zone. Last year, they were 58.33. Whew. This is red zone scoring percentage, touchdowns only. Okay. Philadelphia, 85. Who was the top team last year? Now these numbers probably going to come down and such. Baltimore was tops last year at 73.97. Okay. Buffalo was second, 69.62. Green Bay finished 10th last year, number 10. But you look at yesterday's game, Ugh. Ugly, pathetic, putrid. And I get it why Matt LaFleur was, they got to. Again, I think it's a consistency thing, and not having Tucker Kraft in that is definitely going to be an issue to that. But what? Okay, I just saw this from last night. Eagles are opening up as a 2.5-point underdog against Green Bay. What? Okay, I get it. It's in Green Bay and such, but that's going to be changed. That's got to be changed. Yeah, if LaFleur's quote about the red zone, by the way, I got to blank out one word. If we can't figure the blank out and score in the red zone, it's going to be tough to win football games. Well, no cry. I think, again, this is probably quotes like this and phrases like this where Packers fans are like, yeah, duh. You keep saying this stuff, but nothing changes. Nothing's different. So what do you think is the biggest need for this team? Let's pretend that Green Bay is actually going to make a move before the deadline, before the trade deadline. Is it defensive lineman or corner? I still think it's corner. I still think it's it's slightly a corner, but yesterday's performance against the run definitely brings in defensive linemen as a question. One of the plays too that I don't know if we just need to get rid of this thing out of the playbook. These wide receiver screens that we saw a few times yesterday. Going back to the predictability in some of these play calls. I mean, it's you watch it. I'm looking at some of the replays here. Jacob Worley, who covers the Packers for is it Packer Report? Yeah, Packer Report kind of posted this up there. You see that lined up with the trips on the left and the running back going out in motion behind the three receivers and tight ends. I mean, you talk about predictability, and I get it. Play callers set some plays up for later on in the game. They have that in part of their mindset. Like, okay, we're going to do this, but then, later on we're going to come up with the same formation and try to fool them and run something different out of there. But, I mean, you talk about predictability in that. And there was a lot of, Jordan Love didn't have his best game yesterday either. He had a lot of predetermined, I shouldn't say a lot of, there were a few predetermined throws from Jordan Love that, I mean, just can't happen. The pick that he threw deep down, predetermined. I'm looking at this one right now, predetermined. You have Romeo Doubs on the other side with the slant wide open. Now, I get it. You had a linebacker over there too, but, I mean, Jordan doesn't even look over there. There just seem to be way too many predetermined throws, plays, that sort of thing from Jordan Love yesterday. Receiver defer. We talk about identity when it comes to teams, whether they're football teams, basketball teams, baseball teams, et cetera, et cetera. We talk about identity. Do we know what the identity of this Packers team right now? And that identity is they match the competition. They just play to that level. I mean, that's something that fans have been saying for a long time. Is that the identity of this team? You go up against an inferior opponent, they make things completely difficult on themselves. They go up against a decent opponent, they play well. Maybe they don't come away with the wins all the time, but they play well. Is that the identity of this team? Is it also fair to say that this team is a good team, but not a great team? Okay, contenders, pretenders. They a pretender right now? Let's take a quick break. Hit me up with your thoughts, all right? Want to get to some hoops talk. Bucks back at it tonight as well, taking on the Pacers. Also, Badger basketball in action to begin their season tonight. Peeps are back in action tonight. Tip time around 6 p.m., although we know for whatever reason NBA games never start on time. Still, that just boggles my mind. Pre-game coverage will begin at 5:30. You can catch the game on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Miles Turner returning to Indiana to take on his former team. The Bucks coming off of a loss against the Kings where, they shot the ball well. Offensively, it was a good game. Just defensively, not able to shut down the Kings and such. So, but we'll see if Miles Turner maybe returning back to Indiana. Maybe it's going to be a Miles Turner game for him as the Bucks look to capture their 5th win of the season and improve to 5-2. So, and then also you've got, the Badgers. Badger basketball tipping off their season tonight against Campbell at 7 p.m. Badger basketball coming in, ranked number 24th in the country. When you look at the Big Ten Conference, Purdue is the favorite to win the Big Ten. Rinse and repeat. 3rd year in a row. They're favored to win the Big Ten. Michigan coming in at number 2. Then it's UCLA, Illinois, Oregon, Michigan State, and Wisconsin. This was the Big Ten preseason media poll. Picked to finish 7th in the Big Ten standings. If there's anything that we have seen when it comes to Wisconsin and preseason predictions, when it comes to basketball, I think is 7th about right. I know it's kind of hard because it's, we're not fully into the college basketball season, and we really haven't seen a lot of these teams and such. So, man, 7th, I feel like Wisconsin's going to finish a little bit higher. I feel like they're going to be a little bit higher in this thing. 7th, I get it. You got to remember expanded conference and such too, so it's a little bit of the top half, but top 5, I think they move up a couple spots, and I think they finish top 5. That's kind of where I'm at when it comes to Wisconsin for this basketball team. I have some fairly decent high expectations for Wisconsin basketball this year. Last year we came in, I think a little bit unknown, and all of a sudden this kid named John Tonje comes out and he's like, who the heck is this guy? Where did he come from? And I think for Wisconsin, and we can just base this off of numbers and stat sheets and box scores for a lot of the players that we saw or that we're going to see this year for Wisconsin, especially like the transfer players. There's a lot to like, I think. I'm excited to see John Blackwell take a step. I think that's a guy that I'm really intrigued to watch this year for Wisconsin basketball is John Blackwell. Went through the NBA draft process. And John Blackwell, when he did something so rare in today's college basketball world, college athletics world. Said that we're going to go through the draft process, but if I come back, it's going to be to Wisconsin. A lot of these guys, he probably, I would just assume he probably could have went to a different program and probably cashed in, probably got a little bit more NIL money. And at that time when he declared for the NBA draft and that, there was like, oh, he's not going to get a draft. But it made sense. Okay, go get some feedback from some NBA scouts. Let them tell you what to work on to better improve you as a player. It's smart. It's smart for improvement. It's smart for growth for him as a player. But what really stood out was like, hey, if I'm coming back, it's going to be at Wisconsin. I'm excited to see what John Blackwell does this year for Wisconsin. How does he elevate his game even more? And I do think Wisconsin is getting, preseason ranked 24th. Awesome, great. But in terms of Big Ten, maybe a little bit underrated. But I do have fairly high expectations, excitement surrounding this basketball team. And maybe part of it is because football has just been so bad that I'm putting a little bit more on this Badger team. But you look at some of these guys and you look at some of these players that they got, and how do you not like some of the stuff that the potential of this team? How do you not? But I'm really excited to see John Blackwell. You could throw in Nolan Winter. I think it's going to be, for Wisconsin to have a successful season this year, a lot is going to ride, I think, on the success of Nolan Winter. The 7-footer junior, he's going to have to be a guy that really kind of, you talk about a guy stepping up his game. That's going to be a guy. I'm excited to see what Nick Boyd brings to the table. He's another transfer coming in. I'm excited to see his athleticism. I think if there's a guy that can kind of have that John Tonje effect, it could be Nick Boyd. Coming over from San Diego State. Before that was at Florida Atlantic University. I was looking at The Athletic a little bit earlier this morning, and, they did some bowl predictions. They did some, kind of, how do I want to, pretty much just like bowl predict or storylines to follow and that. And really didn't have anything for Wisconsin, but they did list who is the most interesting player in the country. One writer picked former Badger A.J. Storr. A.J. Storr is still around. Ole Miss, in case anybody's wondering. Their little write-up, A.J. Storr. Just 2 years ago, Storr was one of the nation's top scorers, averaging 16.8 points per game at Wisconsin. However, a rocky stint at Kansas derailed his draft momentum and landed him in the transfer portal for the third time in as many years. Now at Ole Miss, Storr has a chance to reset his trajectory. Found that a little, a lot of talk about Iowa heading into this year too. A lot of talk about them. But I know it's not quite basketball mode. I'll admit it. I'm not quite in basketball mode or a complete basketball mindset, even with the NBA entering its second week of the season. But I'm definitely, I got some excitement with this Badger basketball team, and I just hope that they can have a really good season and maybe kind of fill in the void left by Badger football this year. That's my hope. Speaking of the Badgers, too, by the way. Going back to Halloween, Friday night, right? Badgers did fall to number 1 Nebraska. So, gosh darn it. Hockey-wise, for Badger hockey over the weekend, for the men's team, taking down Minnesota. Always good to take down Minnesota, right? Those were, they beat Minnesota Thursday night. Minnesota came in ranked 19th, 18th, and I know they had a few losses on there too, but rival game. It's the Gophers coming to town to beat them 5-2 on Thursday and then blank them out on Saturday 4-0. The Badger men's hockey team begin the season 6-0-2. Mike Hastings entered his third year. I think there was some uncertainty. I don't think questions is the right word, because I think there was just some uncertainty. He comes in his first year. Awesome. Fantastic start. Second year, they lose a lot of players. It's a down year. So then it's like, okay, third year. And let's face it, Chris McIntosh is really hoping that Mike Hastings is going to work out too. And so far, got to tip your cap. The men's hockey team's off to a 6-0-2 start and getting 2 wins against the Gophers. Never a bad thing. Never a bad thing. So the women's hockey team, to begin their season, 11-1. Just doing their thing. Just doing their thing right now. They did fall to Minnesota on Friday night, on Halloween night, number 3 Minnesota 1-5, but came back and got a big time win on Saturday 7-2. So, all right, we got to take our final break here, and then we're going to do finish up the third hour. Then we got JC in the EC, Justice Cleveland, sports director from WEAU 13 News, joining us. We'll do some local sports roundup with him. Got high school football to catch up on, state volleyball coming up. We wrap up cross country. We've got state soccer as well. So tons to get to with Justice. And that'll be coming up just past 9 o'clock. Got to take a quick break. Hey, Packers just announced 2 new inductees to their Packers Hall of Fame. We'll tell you who that is coming up after the quick break. Earl Dotson and Tramon Williams, you are now Packers Hall of Famers. Packers Hall of Fame announcing those are the two inductees for the 2026 Packers Hall of Fame class. Tramon Williams, a no-duh one. Earl Dotson, probably a long time waiting to get Big Earl in there. So, Tramon, I remember as a kid too, by the way, Dotson, Santana, Earl Dotson, thinking, oh, yeah, I love that 96 team. Anyways, Tramon Williams, easily, I think, a Packers favorite for so many Packers fans. And is he who is your favorite non-pro football Hall of Fame, maybe more of a folk hero type of Packer hero? And I mean, Tramon was a fantastic player. And I just love Tramon's story. Undrafted, originally with Houston, I believe, off the top of my head. Packers bring him aboard, works his way up the ladder, becomes this Pro Bowl corner. I mean, the 2010 season, the pick against Philly to secure it, the pick 6 against Atlanta to kind of really maybe change that whole tide. I mean, the beginning of that game, it was like back and forth, and then the pick 6 by Tramon to kind of change it right before halftime to maybe the momentum and such. And then, he leaves, gets some big money. He got big money from Green Bay too. But then, he leaves, goes to Cleveland for 3 years, comes back to Green Bay. I mean, 38's a special dude. Easily one of my favorite Packer players of all time. But he's not going to be a Pro Football Hall of Famer. But who's your favorite player, Packer player of all time that's not a Pro Football Hall of Famer or will be a Pro Football Hall of Famer? So Rodgers is out. Okay. We know he's going to be a Hall of Famer. Who's maybe your favorite folk hero type of Packers player? Can't say Sterling Sharp anymore because, he's a Packer player, or he's a Pro Football Hall of Famer too. So Tramon is up there for me. I mean, speaking of 96, I was always a big Brian Williams fan. Starting linebacker for that Packers Super Bowl 31 team, mostly because he was my first ever Packers autograph as a kid. So he always had a special place in my heart. Still have that autographed pennant hanging up in the man cave at home. Got that when the Packers would go around and play basketball against, like your local police departments or such. Man, I wish they still did stuff like that. I'd love to take my kid. My kid would eat that up. You guys remember that back in the day? I mean, Medford never really got the star players. Like I said, Brian Williams was the star player. Lamont Hollenquist, remember that guy? He was on there too. Remember one year Roderick Mullen was maybe the main guy with Jermaine Smith. So Medford never really got the big Packer players. I think Wausau always got Gilbert Browns and such to go. But heck, that would be so cool if we could still do stuff like that. If they'd still allow it. I don't think they'd ever go back to it. They don't want to get guys hurt, right? Don't want to do that. I just remember these big guys thinking that the high school gym, the backboards and the rims were going to bust off and break every time they dunk it. But, my kid would eat that up. He would love to go to that, to something like that. It was such a huge thing in little old Medford of 4,000 people. Man, I wish they'd do stuff like that again, Not just camps where you could take a kid for a few hours, but go to a charity thing and play some hoops against police departments. Or I would volunteer to play in that game. I would want to play 100%. 100% I would want to play in that game. But that's never going to happen again. It's never, ever, ever going to happen again, as Taylor Swift, I think, once said. All right. Shot clock's going to cut me off here in about 30 seconds, 40 seconds or so. Justice Cleveland, sports director, is going to join us. We're going to do some local sports roundup with him. Lots to catch up on. Football, cross country, volleyball, starting to put a bow on some of the fall sports. Blue Gold basketball is going to be tipping off later on this week too. So we'll catch up on some of the WIAC conversation, Blue Golds and Stout, too. So we got that to hit up on. And another hour to maybe vent some frustration surrounding the green and gold from yesterday. If you haven't chimed in on that topic yet, got another hour to do so. Hit me up with the text, 715-830-1912. All right, let's take a quick break. News updates. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. What up, everybody? How y'all doing? Appreciate you making us a part of your, well, if you just getting up and going, making us a part of your day. If you've been hanging out with us the whole time, thank you for that too. We'll get back to some more football talk. If you haven't been able to chime in on yesterday's performance, Packers falling to the Carolina Panthers, you can hit us up with a text, 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. We've got JC Anisi, Justice Cleveland, sports director, busy sports director extraordinaire from WEAU 13 News joining us. First of all, thank you, sir, for stopping in. I know it's crazy time right now with everything. A good crazy, though, right?
It's Butterfly by Crazy Town.
Nice pull. Nice pull, man. So,
come, my Danny. Come, my little Danny.
Oh, my God. That's going to be stuck in my head now all day. Thank you for that.
One-hit wonders.
Oh, man. Well,
on that note, where do you go from there?
Yeah. Should we do a little local sports roundup?
Sure, let's do that.
Kick it off here. So let's start off. I know cross country states over at the Ridges, a lot of local runners, but we did have some, local success too, like individuals and such. But always a big time event down at the Ridges.
I mean, you got to start with Lauren McCullough from Menominee breaking the state record in Division I. She just had one of the best seasons you'll ever see in cross country. No hiccups, really, just kept getting better and better. I was at South when she broke, I think it was the 60-minute barrier or whatever, the 17-minute barrier. Like, she was just, everything kept rolling and then goes down to state and just caps it off. She said she didn't even feel like she was running that state. That's how good she's been feeling.
To have that mindset,
yeah. I don't think this is the last we've seen of her. I think once she gets to the college stage, we're going to see a lot more there. And then Hartman's obviously one of them, not able to compete, but the Bloomer as a team, not just the Hartmans, I want to say, like the Bloomer as a team, finishing up third in Division I, which again, people can't overstate how huge of a, to make that leap, for them to still do that to me is just an amazing accomplishment by the Blackhawks there. And then on the boys side, you had Carter Kuchko from Rice Lake taking home the title too. So two Big Rivers titles there in D2. He got that one. So really, there's so many people that had outstanding performances. It was a really great cross-country year for this side of the state.
Absolutely. So shout-outs and congrats to everybody out there. Volleyball-wise, it was a busy weekend. We now know who's going to states. Locally-wise, it's Regis and Barron, a couple of ones that kind of stand out. I know we had some that
and Blair Taylor threw in there as well, and Onalaska Luther, and then Rib Lake, too, also making it.
Shout out to the eastern portion of Taylor County.
Yes, exactly. So, I mean, I happened to be at the first one I was at the Blair Taylor one, and that team, their bigs they have up front, when you can sport two bigs that are around 6 feet tall in that division, it's just fun to watch. I can tell you that much. So they got that win over in Arcadia, and then Regis had its struggles this year, and I think they would admit that, but it's all about playing the best when you need to, and for them to go first defeat McDonald.
I was just going to say,
then they'll get a sectional title, right after that at McDonald too, which is that just shows you just the wherewithal and how much this team wants that chance to get back there and get a chance for the state title after making it and getting so close last year. So they'll have that chance. They'll on Thursday morning against Montello at 11:30. So. And that'll be the same time as Blair Taylor takes on Heritage Christian. So those, the D4s, will be going on at the same time. So somebody in here is going to be doing a little running back and forth there.
Yep.
If it's anything like last year, we had nothing but like 5-set thrillers, and like every match was just crazy. So I'm expecting that again. And then on Friday, Barron, just another team, defending state champs, looking to do it again. They'll take on Manny Lutheran at 8 a.m. Friday morning.
Nice.
So somebody will also be getting up very early.
There you go.
Do some volleyball. And then state soccer-wise, Arcadia making the run, their third ever trip to state. I was there at that game, and they took on Three Lakes Phelps, and just a machine. No goals in the first half, and then 5 goals in the second half. Urbina, for them, was just going off, had the hat trick as well. So it's a special – that whole team's so special for that community. And for them now to have that chance to go down to state, they'll take on Sturgeon Bay on Thursday, 7 p.m. So, and that'll be in the semifinals. All those other ones were semifinals as well. Finals will all be on Saturday. So,
gotcha.
Yeah, it was a busy Saturday, but a very fruitful one from our local teams.
Absolutely. High school football, I mean, start with Regis and Fall Creek with that game.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, Fall Creek had the lead. Regis with the comeback and winning by just one. I mean, you talked about it. Fall Creek was going to be a game, a really close game. They know each other very well, and that game was clearly evident of that.
It was a battle, and then Regis could have went. They got down 22-8 in the second, scored late in the half to cut it to a touchdown, 23, I think it was. Or no, it was 22-15. And then they're driving in the beginning of the second half, and then they fumble. And that could easily have been a moment where this team kind of starts doubting themselves.
Yep.
But they stuck with it, forced some turnovers of their own, and that really was the difference in the game, were the turnovers. And then they just one big pass play there in the fourth quarter to get the touchdown, and they get the 2-point conversion to take the lead, and then the defense held. A thriller. Your heart breaks for Fall Creek. I mean, that is as close 2 years in a row to lose by 1 point.
Yeah.
But I just shows the strides. That was in a different level. You're making the leveled leaps too. Fall Creek football's looking really good. So
Coach Marcus is doing a really good job.
Just doing an outstanding job. And then, Brenner to keep his team together and composed after, they got punched in the face there in that first quarter, but they managed to stick with it and come back. And now you got a Mondovi squad after the thriller. It gets no easy. This is going to be a battle again after the, for those who don't remember, it was Regis winning on a Hail Mary to beat Mondovi in the regular season.
Is that at
it's at Carson again.
Okay,
so
man.
The rematch, that is as about a heavyweight fight in football as you're going to get.
Yep.
And obviously the coaching staffs with some Brenners being on the Mondovi. I mean, it is so fun because they know each other so well.
Yep.
And it's that kind of rivalry that we're going to see some fireworks there at Carson Park on Friday.
And Mondovi's coming off of a big win over Bangor, 2 putting up 41 points
right,
against
and that's
them.
a Bangor team that is just traditionally a powerhouse too. So for them to do that just shows you how well they're playing football right now. And I think how much that Regis loss wanted them to get back to this spot to have the chance to avenge it.
Yep. I mean, going across, just some fantastic matchups all across. Division II, we get River Falls versus Oshkosh North, Rice Lake versus Notre Dame.
That is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, potentially, if it works out, we could see a Rice Lake versus River Falls game to go to state.
Right, and credit to Rice Lake. They've moved to Division II. We were talking about in cross country moving up. For them to move to Division II and still have this success, even if this is as far as they got, you'd be like, okay, they have a good chance against a Notre Dame team that's one of the best in the state.
Yep.
Obviously, at this point, everybody's one of the best in the state.
Right.
We're to that point, and then River Falls has been playing great, and Oshkosh North is a really tough team too. And we saw what they did to New Richmond. So, I think this is going to be a fun one. And then D4, Baldwin Woodville.
I was just going to say, this team's putting up points in their first couple games, dude. 61, 57. Woo.
Baldwin Woodville, Aquinas will also be just a heavyweight battle. That'll be down at the Veterans Memorial Stadium there in La Crosse. So that'll be a great one. Northwestern Grantsburg. Two teams from the Northwoods there that are just they tend to just battle each other. And you go Boyceville, CFC. I can't all these matchups. You look in just the 11 player right now, Boyceville and CFC. CFC's barely given up any points this year. Boyceville's offense is just one that can do whatever it wants most of the time. So that's the inevitable, the old whatever the cliche they used to say in the wrestling when Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant would meet. And then 8 player.
Yep.
McDonald and Gilman one step away from meeting each other at the state tournament. McDonald will get Lena St. Thomas Aquinas, something like that. Lena is the one I remember, just because that was the one north of.
Yep, Lena St. Thomas Aquinas.
Look at that,
look at that.
And that'll be at DC Everest. They move that game there. And then Gilman takes on Oakfield, and that'll be in Wapaka. So both those teams, great shots at making it to state. The way they've been playing.
Both of them Gilman picked up a 36-0 victory, and Oakfield coming off a 38-0 victory.
It's going to be so much fun. So that is the slate locally that we have going on. You'll also have swimming sectionals will be on Friday and Saturday as well to throw them in there as they get ready for state as well.
Yeah,
I'm telling you what, it's going to be a fun Friday. It's going to be a fun 3 days there, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with all the action.
Heck yeah!
And not even to throw. Local-wise, we got to throw in there Blue Gold Volleyball.
I was just going to say,
battling Oshkosh on Friday for the WIEC regular season title. The Blue Gold volleyball team just keeps on rolling and winning and getting better as the season goes on.
So far undefeated in WIAC play, I believe. So
haven't lost a game at home. This one will be on the road, but I think they only have 2 losses on the season.
Yep.
This is the team that is built. Like, if somebody goes down or somebody's having an off game, they can just throw you somebody else. And that is just the mark of how the depth of this team. So that is going to be a fun one on Friday as well. So
yeah,
I mean, if you have multiple computers, you might have like 12 different streams going.
No kidding.
There's so many games to watch on Friday, and we'll try to recap them all on Sports Scene 13.
There you go. Good plug, man. I mean, Blue Gold Soccer, too, men's-wise, we're getting ready for the WIAC tournament, too. So that's going to be – you talk about a program that every year has just advanced further and further into nationals, too. So you got that. Football, a disappointing, probably loss against Stevens Point. A high-scoring, close one. So, but and they only got 2 more weeks, and it's going to be tough sledding for Blue Gold football.
I think that's when they know they probably get away. Made the run, a miraculous run at the end to have a chance to put themselves to get the win. But I think if you would talk to Coach, they should have never been in that position to have to make that run. But that's the growing pains. But I see the lights at the end of the tunnel, and you can see it with the team, and they continue to fight in every game. I was at I went to the River Falls game, and they're down 42-0, and you could call it a game.
Yep.
And then they come back and score 3 straight touchdowns. That, to me, is the most important thing about that team, is that they're showing fight. They're not just rolling over and giving up. So I think that's where you got to, if you're the Blue Golds, say, okay, it's not there yet. We took Oshkosh, almost beat Oshkosh on the road. We know the talent's there. It's just a matter of getting it all, playing a full game.
Yep.
And one of those games, one of those wins will come.
Yep. I agree. Stout fell to lacrosse in football. But, hey, end of the week, Blue Gold basketball is going to be back in action.
Isn't it crazy? We're already to that point. This is the where things start crossing over. Crossing the streams like in Ghostbusters right now.
But Blue Gold, for the women's and men's team, adding a couple of assistants with some really big-time basketball pedigrees. I mean, you're talking about an assistant that played at the WNBA and such. And the men's team, I think, under second year was Coach Zach. There's so much excitement with a lot of these newcomers and freshmen coming in. I'm
you
excited.
have Renta returning, so you have some of these. It's a very much mixture here, but I mean, it's going to be fun to see where the direction of this team, because this is probably more his team now.
Yep.
Because of he still had some. He'll say he was happy to come into the situation with the players he had in there for experience wise.
Yep.
Now it's some of these will be more of his recruits mixing in there too. So that team, as good as they were last year, could be a lot more fun to watch too this year as well.
So I know we got Blue Golds. It's for women's the tip-off classic this weekend, and then the men's are going to be taking on St. Norbert back over in Green Bay where Coach Zach was right before.
Right, exactly.
Stopping over here. So wonder if our good friend Rob will be able to go over there and watch his son play.
I would think so with the home game. I'm sure
because they play Monday night. So he's got to go check out Rowan play, who just apparently is impressed a lot too, leading up to camp. I think he got the award for the a bulldog mentality. Or something like that. So yeah, definitely. All right, let's take a quick break because we've got people chiming in asking us questions about the green and gold.
All right. We have to.
We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back after these quick words. We've got Dan, not me, somebody else. 2 questions.
The other person?
Yeah. My other side. What would it take to bench McManus when you have a guy waiting in the wings that can kick a 68-yard field goal? I don't know if you mean 61 because that was the record, but maybe you can.
He could
68. Yeah, he probably could. Also, is it fair that we could call this a very undisciplined football team? I will be curious with the whole kicking situation because they still have Haversick on the roster. They did give McManus the contract, though, in the offseason. However, another miss yesterday. Got a quad issue if he's still dealing with that with McManus. Do you think they make a move? At what point do you make the move is probably the question.
Do you IR him maybe?
I wonder if that's the whole...
That would be the... Because
it's like the baseball injured list move.
Right.
Yep.
Like, okay, we still like him. Mm-hmm. We want him to be 100% healthy. If you have a reason to, I mean, they don't ever do this in football, but had a reason to put him on the IR and just see what.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
Does for the rest of the year, and then you kind of make the decision in the off season.
Yeah,
that would be your probably best case scenario.
The other part though to that is okay. Then you hand it off to Haversick. What if he struggles?
Stinks, and then you're stuck without.
Yep.
Yeah, that's where that's why they're in such a tough situation because McManus is a proven entity, quantity.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know. You've seen some kicks, but you don't know. I don't know if McManus is just in his own head too. That's the biggest thing with kickers. Is they start getting, I'm peeling them off to the left a little bit. Let's make a little adjustment, and then next thing you know, you're peeling it off to the right. Very much like golf.
Oh, absolutely.
I think it's so like the kickers even talk about how it's comparable, like the flight path and all that. It's like you make one little adjustment, it might screw up everything. So,
and look how windy it was yesterday. Did he overcompensate for that? Because when he missed that one, you saw him like hit his helmet. Like you could tell he was in his head right away. Right. It wasn't like, put your head down and walk away. He was like really upset with himself. Like it almost gave the impression like he overthought something.
Right. And when we saw the extra point missed by the Carolina kicker too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not like everybody was perfect there. It was a tough situation to be kicking in. And for obviously the Carolina kicker to make that field goal. Yes. And I thought that thing was drifting and it just,
I think it was a few yards deeper, probably would have missed.
Right.
Yeah.
But maybe that's just the experience of going against that wind a couple times. He figured out what he needed to do. So Carolina oddly has had the Packers numbers in some of these games.
Yeah.
Was it Brad Hoover game or whatever?
Yeah.
We're like,
Bryce Young kind of turned his career around going against the Packers last year too. So
it's weird how sometimes there's just certain teams you look at and like they somehow struggle against this team every time they play them.
Mm-hmm.
And we saw it there.
To go with the undisciplined part, I mean that's something you've heard a lot of fans and you look at the penalties. I mean they're just stupid penalties. I don't know if it was Greg Olson or the play-by-play guy yesterday. Perfectly summed it up. It's after those penalties. 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
Yeah.
And it's been something like this for this team the entire season, especially in the offensive line, or pass interference or defensive holding on a third down to extend the drives. And so is it undisciplined? Is it because it's such a young team, but you have guys like Elton Jenkins and Keyshawn Nixon who are getting flagged, guys who have been around for a few years. Right. So it's like, I don't know if it is that. It's just, I will say I've been, I have not been one to say fire Matt LaFleur, and I'm not saying fire Matt LaFleur, but I will say that was probably one of his poorest coaching games that we saw yesterday.
I mean, the 4th down call, you take a timeout, and maybe the defense disrupted it early on, and that just destroyed the play, what you had, but that's a horrible look to come out of a timeout. Yeah. The best thing you have is let's run around like we're on the playground and hope that somebody get open, because that's all it ended up turning into, which if a broken play, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But and that's not even, Jordan Love wasn't as crisp on those situations as he's been.
No.
I'm going to chalk it up to just like the Cleveland game of just being off. Mm-hmm. And the problem is you can't 2 of those in a year, fine. That's it. You don't really get any more leeway here, especially because you're going to be playing nothing but division games coming up here. You can't, and you have one of the best teams of football on Monday night.
Eagles, division games, and then, Denver and Baltimore.
Yeah, exactly. And Denver has been red hot. Baltimore is playing to get back into that playoff for that race, which they are now back in that race for that division with Lamar. So this team has a tendency to play to its opponent's strength.
That's the other thing, too.
And that's what we've seen. It's like when they play a tough Pittsburgh, you go in there and you play the best second half you've played all year.
Yeah.
Against a tough team. Cleveland, you lay an egg.
Yep.
Cincinnati, you almost lay an egg. Like
Arizona.
Yeah. So I just think it's a weird team that they got to figure out how to keep that even keel. Because I think they're getting up for the big games, but then kind of sleepwalking through these. I think the defense they were lucky with 16-13. I think the way that they were running through the middle of that defense at times, getting 6 yards on first down.
It wasn't creative running scheme. It was just straight up turn around, hand it off to Rico, and go up the middle. I
don't know if it was just, hey, Bryce Young's got to beat us.
Yeah.
But when they're given 7 yards and you're having 2nd and 3 or second, it was 2nd and short a ton of times. And even if they miss on the 2nd down, they find a way to pick it up on 3rd. Again, that game could have been a blowout.
It allows Carolina to do what they did in the first half, go for it on 4th down a couple times and pick up 4th and 1 and such. They got lucky on the first one where it was a penalty that got pushed back and they had to go punt it, I think, too. I didn't realize this. Micah Parsons did have a TFL. This is from Next Gen Stats. He had 0 pressures.
First time, right?
First time in his career without a pressure, and that was against a banged-up offensive line against Carolina, too.
And I don't know if he's banged up more than we know, because obviously he looked good at the end of the Pittsburgh game, but you don't know, you don't know how. But he just didn't have the burst. And again, with pass rushers, we can talk you expect them to have a sack every game. It's not going to happen. There's going to be times when they're just going to go and burst, but that was just an alarming how well they defended him.
Yes,
and the rest of that, there was really not a whole lot of pressure on Bryce Young.
No,
and I think it was because they were doing so well with that running game. You couldn't completely sell out.
Right.
That goes on Halfley. He's got to look at it okay, maybe we game planned wrong. We thought they were going to come out, try to beat us with the pass. But when they have a 2-headed running machine, Chuba didn't really do a lot. He's been kind of banged up, but yeah.
It's almost like, did they rest on their laurels a little bit? Hey, we're the 3rd ranked rush defense in Green Bay.
Right.
Well, Rico's been on a tear as of late, know. So it's like, hey, now, just because you're averaging under 80 yards per game, you got a guy who's hot.
He reminded me of a healthy Josh Jacobs. Just the way he would hit the hole, and next thing you know, he's got 6 yards.
Yep.
You think, they're going to bottle him up, but he finds that little space there and just would be through. And next thing you know, he's got close to a first down, if not more. It was puzzling to watch just how much they ran right through it. And now you're scared because who do you have coming up? Saquon Barkley, who, if he's healthy, I know he was questionable this week on the bye week.
Yeah.
But if he's healthy and ready to go after a week off, you've got to find a way to stop that. And that's a leap in talent.
It is. So. You add in Jalen Hurts to it, and then it's just like, oh, boy.
Yeah.
I'm a little – but then it goes back to, okay, is this going to be the team then that rises to
the occasion? To
the occasion and matches who they play.
For Jordan, it was – you look at it, and it was just an off game. But even, there wasn't much separation from the receivers. There really weren't a whole lot of windows. And then, obviously, the biggest thing is – you might have lost your best receiver for the year. Yep. I didn't get to see the reports this morning if there's anything else that came out.
Nothing yet, just other than the fear is an ACL.
The way he was down, you don't like to speculate, but it was to get carted off for a guy like that.
Yeah,
it had to be bad because this is a man who is probably as tough a guy as you're going to see out there. So and now it's going to be time for Musgrave to step up.
Prove why he was a second-round pick.
Right, and that's what we're all thinking is okay, they have this 2-headed machine at tight end, but we've only really seen one of the heads do anything. Well, you're going to be the number one guy now. You're going to be getting those routes that Tucker Kraft is running.
Yep. I look at this as, okay, you lose Tucker Kraft. Your offensive line is just kind of weird. I'm never in favor. I'm never in favor of rotating guys in. And now Aaron Banks that signing's not looking the greatest.
It's the Jeff Saturday signing.
Almost, yeah. So, all right, I look at Matt LaFleur. you got to help out your team schematically. I mean, if Matthew Golden's going to be missing time with his shoulder injury, Jane Reed's not coming back, and maybe in a few weeks here, we got to see that creative play calling. We've seen it before, right? We've seen him call some really great games and put his team in position to win. We got to see that, because I don't quite get what the game plans are or some of the things. A lot of times it's been too predictable, in my opinion.
I think they just thought they could bulldog their way through that game.
Yeah.
They probably wouldn't say that, but I think they thought, okay, we'll just, the way we were playing, we go, come off a second half where everything's clicking on the offense. We'll just keep that going.
Yep.
We know what we're doing. And I think Carolina really did. I mean, they talked about it during the broadcast a lot, how they're going to give you the short stuff.
Yeah.
They did not give them anything long.
No.
He had that one nice pass that he floated over into the middle of the field, which is, again, Jordan Love can make that pass is just as impressive as anything. It's dropping it into the net on the run, and he does that great, but there weren't that many opportunities. And once you lose Tucker Kraft, who draws a lot more attention in the middle there, it makes it a lot harder for those wide receivers. Romeo just gets beat up. I feel like he gets the most punishment of all those wide receivers, so I don't know if you ever have him at 100%, because when he gets a catch, it's usually in the middle, and he's just getting flattened. So now it's the time you got to roll into that depth. And when we've seen it, we saw the running backs going 3 deep now, which they kind of have to, especially with, you're going to need that extra blocking back there too.
And I've seen people say, okay, no Kraft obviously is a big loss, and I get it from an offensive line standpoint. It seems like they're a better pass blocking group right now than a run. And I've seen people say, okay, let's throw more now. But I don't know if and I get it. Teams are probably going to say, okay, we're really going to load the box. You're depleted with receivers. We're going to stop. I think you still have to find ways to get Josh Jacobs involved.
Oh, I do too, because he's a guy who can make something out of nothing. There's a lot of times where there is nothing, and maybe he gets those, but he can bounce out. He'll get you 4 or 5 yards. You need to have a little bit of balance. Do not become one-dimensional.
I look at, and he is effective in the passing game too, and I look at, for me, the example is Kyle Shanahan with the 49ers right now. No Brandon Ayuk. They've suffered a lot of injuries. They're 6-3. Christian McCaffrey is their leading receiver and rusher right now. You can do something similar. Christian McCaffrey is fantastic pass catcher. I'm not trying to say that. But there's ways you can get Josh Jacobs involved, and you got to get the ball in your playmaker's hands somehow.
And I think the tough thing is they can't do as much with the wide receivers. Running, especially when they like to run the ball with the wide receivers, do those little
jet sweep, motion, end arounds.
But with as banged up as they are, you're risking a lot by asking those guys to be running backs too. So you kind of have lost that dimension to the offense a little bit. So, you get an extra day here. There's going to be a lot of thinking here of what we got to do here, especially with the injury situation going forward.
Can't believe I was thinking this, but thank you to Minnesota yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, that kept you back in the same spot in the division.
But
that Minnesota team, that's lingering up here 2 weeks as well. 3
NFC
weeks.
North is tight. Tight.
Everybody's capable. Bears put up a ton of points yesterday. I mean,
This is, some of the analytics right now for NFC North to win. Packers and Lions are both at 44%. Chicago's at 10%. So
I don't count out that Chicago team one bit. That team has talent, and we've seen it. We've seen it kind of get flustered a little bit, but you got a new coach, new philosophy, and I think Ben Johnson's going to have that team.
It's
starting
crazy.
to tick a little bit better. They just got to find a little defense.
It's going to be crazy. All right, we got to take a quick break. We'll be back with more, though. Continue to send us your thoughts, 715-830-1912. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Reminder, the Bucks are also in action tonight. Tip time, 6 p.m. Pre-game coverage will begin at 5:30 on the radio dials of 105.1 FM, 790 AM.
135 points to the Kings.
The thing is, they shoot nearly 60% from the field, almost 49% from three, and they still lose.
The Ryan Collins Express, though. We got to keep this going.
That dude is probably one of the biggest surprises, Ryan.
I mean, yeah, when you're like, Ryan Collins? Like that one game with Giannis not playing, and
I keep wanting to call him Ryan Reynolds. I don't know why. It just flows better. But yeah, Ryan Rollins, and I just like, who is this guy? You know, and man, he's been a nice surprise so far this year. So
sorry to interrupt your promo.
No, you're good, man.
You're good? Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. I was gonna say too, Badger basketball tips off tonight too.
Yes.
Campbell going up against vaunted Campbell.
They had trouble with Platteville.
They did.
But what have I said about Badger teams since the dawn of time?
Are they kind of like the Packers where they play up to competition and maybe play down a little bit sometimes?
Yeah, sometimes.
A little bit. So
that was fun to see, though, like Platteville kind of make a run there.
Well,
the guards against
I was just going to say Greg Gard's brother, so that would have been.
Yeah.
That would have been a little fun, too. But I'm excited for the Badger basketball team this year.
I am, too.
John Blackwell, I'm really excited to see him, going through the draft process, which, again, last year I thought was incredibly smart from him. He comes out, says, I'm going to enter the draft, but if I do come back, it's going to be Wisconsin.
Right.
And I think he played it smart. Go get feedback from scouts. Let them tell you what to get better at.
Yep.
He comes back. I think we all kind of knew he was probably going to come back. Comes back. I'm excited to see what he could bring. And some of these transfers, like Nick Boyd and that, I'm really curious to see how this all plays out. And
you always have the core, like a Nolan Winter,
yes.
who can come back, and a big guy who made some nice plays early on in the year and can flow without the ball.
Yep.
So, yeah, it'll be fun, and especially after just how disappointing the football team has been this year.
I think that's part of it, too, is like I'm hoping.
Thankfully, you get volleyball has been playing well. I mean, they've had some injuries. They, lost to number 1 Nebraska, but took them to the wall there. And then women's hockey loses their first game and then comes back and then just destroys Minnesota.
Well,
and
even
then
the men's
hockey
team.
gets a sweep over the Gophers, and they're playing a lot better. So, yeah, there's a lot more to look forward to on the Badger side. Just the one big glaring.
Yeah.
Kind of like, oh.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, I think Chris McIntosh is really hoping the Mike Hastings third year.
Yeah.
Because first year was awesome. Second year was down, but I think some people kind of forget they lost a lot of players.
Right.
So
it just never clicked last year.
Yep. Third year, off to a really solid start.
Yep. 14, they were 14th. They might be up now. They'll probably go up even higher after
I would imagine
getting a sweep there. So, yeah.
Yep. So we still have Giannis. I saw one that, the Spurs might still want to try to get Giannis and all this garbage and stuff. But
if the Bucks get Wemby, then fine.
Right? Exactly. So
I'll take that straight up.
Right? I mean, you look at Giannis, he's number 1 in scoring right now. He's top 5 in rebounds. He's averaging over 7 assists per game. He's almost putting up Joker-like numbers when you add in the assists and such. Field goal percentage is amazing. It's just the start entering the second year or second week of the season so far. Safe to say he's probably playing his best basketball.
Yeah, and I don't know, in the East, I don't really see anybody running too far away from each other. Mm-hmm. It's going to be a battle. It always is a battle. You're going to have your top teams, but things start clicking for the Bucks team. They're right there, and I think that's we've seen them more. I think in the East than we've seen in any other in the West. Is that if a team gets it, Indiana last year, I don't think most of us had Indiana making the finals last year.
No,
but things started clicking. We had the Heat a few years ago. Like there's just different teams that can make that click it seems to happen more in the East than it does in the West. So I don't know. I'm not writing him off, and I don't think you have any reason to think that you need to ship him off. This team's going to battle in all these games. They're going to be in the top half, I would say, in the East all year. So
yeah, they're 4-2 right now. I mean, at the tops, maybe a little bit of surprise. The 76ers are off to a good start.
Right.
Bulls are off to a good start. So.
Right. So there you go. I mean, like you're just looking at some of these teams like, okay, they all have talent. They all have good courts, but I don't think anybody has that unbeatable trifecta or something like that that's going to just shut teams down right now in the East. So I think the Bucks will be there the whole year.
Got to wrap up with baseball. World Series, Dodgers do win it. An amazing Game 7, though, just from an entertainment standpoint.
Oh, my goodness, yeah.
Dalton Varsho with an amazing catch in center field. I mean, that's what Game 7s are all about, guys like the little or plays like that and such. But
the Dodgers play in left field that saved the game there. I could not believe like that whole. You would just go from like the 7th inning on in that game, and it was just moment after moment. And as much as I didn't want the Dodgers to win, Dave Roberts pulled some great moves, put the pieces where they needed to be at the right time. You can have all the talent in the world, you can have all, but you got to put them in the right place. And when he had the infielders in, I mean, it's a half an inch away from that game being over. And you have an infielder in, make the throw, and then they just got the hitting when they needed it. To get the home runs, and that was it.
I mean, take the names off the jerseys. Yes, I wanted the Blue Jays. I think a lot of us probably wanted Toronto. Take the names off the jerseys, though. That was a hell of a series.
Oh, it was.
18-inning game, an extra inning Game 7. I mean, all across. Yes, Dodgers won, but you take that away, it was just a fantastic series, which if you're just a general baseball fan, that's what you want, right?
Right, yeah. And I mean, you couldn't ask for more if you were MLB. I think they probably would have, the heads up would rather had somebody that wasn't Toronto in there just because. But Toronto's the fourth largest city in this
top
North
5
America.
In spending too.
Yeah,
so
I mean, you can say what you want, but that is a big team playing another big city team
with named players too.
Right,
Guerrero, for crying out loud. I mean,
how clutch was he the whole?
Yeah,
I mean that just. I think he was a superstar already.
Probably outplayed his massive contract already.
So. Yeah, I think people watching that are like, okay, this is why this guy is getting what he's getting. Obviously, Shohei had some of the epic games that are going to be remembered forever.
Yamamoto was fantastic.
For him to come in again.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I love about that Game 7. It's like, you have an arm, if it can go. And he
all
walks
hands on deck.
The first bat, was it first 2 batters or first batter? And
yeah, I think it was the first one. Maybe it was first 2.
But comes back and find a way. So
that's why I always go back to the Diamondbacks and Yankees World Series, because I know people are kind of saying this is the best one, but it's like you had Randy Johnson coming out to close it after Curt Schilling when Randy pitched in Game 6 too. So it's like I love Game 7s and moments like that.
I'll always be 91.
Yeah,
Twins, Braves. Jack Morris comes out, pitches 10 innings.
That's a good one too.
Scoreless game. I mean, it was just as, that was, as a kid, because that was the one that I watched every moment of that World Series. I'd moved from North Dakota to Green Bay that year. So that fall is when we moved.
Okay.
So I was still, big Twins fan. So I was just all in on that team. And that to me, then Gene Larkin scores Dan Gladden in the 10th inning for the win. Yeah, I'll always remember that. But this was right there. That Diamondbacks won.
Luis Gonzalez with the walk-off against
Counsell.
Mariano Rivera. Yeah, Craig Counsell. I remember.
You can still say his name, right?
Yeah. I remember because I watched it on my little black and white TV. It might have been color. Past my bedtime.
Oh, yeah.
But I had it on mute so I could watch. And I still remember watching it.
Well, I used to always listen to the radio calls, too. So I would go in my room and listen to it. And you might be too young to remember this, but I remember listening to Sunday Night Football games with Hank Stram, and Jack Buck, on the call for the radio calls that they would do back in the day. So like if it was the Packers were playing, that would be the guys doing the radio call.
Some of my earliest Sunday Night Football memories are Mike Patrick and Joe Theismann.
Oh, Joe Theismann, yep.
The Sam Congato game is what I always remember on Sunday Night Football.
I was there. I think I was there.
You probably were. I think you told me you were.
Yeah, because I covered. That was the season that was 2004.
Was it 2004? Okay.
Or was it 5? No, that was 5.
Was it 5?
Yes.
Okay.
Because that's when
he got hurt then later on too, didn't Sam Congato? Because he didn't play in the season finale. I remember.
Yep.
Because it was at Seahawks, and everybody thought Favre was done.
My first season was 2004 when I shot sideline stuff for Fox and Green Bay. Then 2005, because before they made a run.
Yep.
That was the who did they end up losing to? And then, man, now it's all in my
Was
memory.
it the Eagles, the fourth?
No, that was the year
03,
before.
right?
That was 03.
Okay.
It'll come to me at some point, but
I gotta look.
Was it the Vikings?
Was it the Randy Moss Moon?
That happened, yeah. I think it was.
Okay.
And now we got, indeed. So anyways, yeah, that season, 04 was a kind of a fun one to cover. And then 05 was just everybody's getting hurt.
They lost to the Vikings in a while. That was 04 was the
because Moss didn't play the first game, and then I believe the UW marching band came out with on their tubas. It said "Where's Moss?"
Yeah, and the Packers beat them both times in regular season by the same score, 34-31.
Yeah. So, and it was just close games, and then Moss came back, and then there was that disgusting act by
Joe Buck eloquently put it.
I have a good tape because I was shooting sideline in that game, and I have the sideline view, and there's this old man in the background, just like, oh my goodness, what is he doing? Like, then we almost floated over this. I know we're probably running out of time here, but the fact that Carolina could have lost a game because they celebrated doing the Key and Peele.
Yeah, right.
So if that would have cost them the game.
Oh.
Could you imagine? Like, now today it's not as bad. I'm sure it's still bad if you're the player.
I just love that the guys were talking about, 2 pumps, not 3. I'm like, God.
This is not Pat Summerall and John Madden doing the game where they would have no idea. Whoa, what's going on? Like, it was just like they could have lost a game because of a Key and Peele sketch.
Yep.
They didn't, but man, that would have been a narrative that would have been talked about right now.
Wow. All right, we got to take our final break here, so we'll do that and get out of the sauna that is the studio right now. So
it's 90 degrees out, right?
Yeah, man. All right, quick break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Just a couple minutes left before we close up shop and maybe turn the air conditioner on in here, or actually prop the door
Stick
open.
your head in the freezer.
Murph Studio is like freezing, so that's why there's a fan blowing. But I have to have my door shut when I talk because Murph's really loud.
Well, I was to say with Murph's energy level, it's probably still like there's probably steam coming off of him right now.
Exactly.
He's like the head of the NFL players in those fields.
Yeah.
Taking it off in the ice bowl or something.
Yep, exactly. So just a couple picks here. We've got Monday Night Football, the Emmitt Smith game, the Cardinals versus the Cowboys.
Emmitt Smith was like try to not admit that the Cardinals were part of that legacy.
Yep. So we got that, and then we'll throw the Bucks and Badgers in here too. Let's start off with Thursday Night Football. Dallas 3-4-1 taking on the Cardinals, who are starting Jacoby Brissett again.
It's Monday.
What did I say?
Thursday. Wishful thinking there, but after being Green Bay,
it kind of looks like a Thursday night game to be honest.
It does
a little bit. So
I want to go Cardinals. Why not?
Woo.
Let's throw some fuel on the fire in Dallas there.
Dallas' defense stinks. I'm going Arizona too.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Jerry Jones is going to call us up personally.
Hey, what's his excuse for not keeping Rico for his running back either? You know, all the talk about Micah Parsons.
He knows all about the depth. He knows.
Yeah.
He's the greatest GM in history.
Let's do Bucks Pacers.
Ooh, do we Halliburton still out?
Yeah, he's
out for a long time.
Yep.
I'll go Bucks.
In
a
Bucks.
game that'll probably be closer than it needs to be because
Miles Turner's return to Indiana.
Yeah.
I feel like he's going to put up 20.
Ryan Collins puts up 70.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to go Bucks tonight too. How about then Badgers? How about Badgers? Campbell. What? I got to look at the line.
Wayne Campbell. Wayne's World. Sorry.
I used to watch this all the time as a kid.
Oh, I still
VHS. It's one of those when it's on.
Welcome to Aurora. Not just a place, but a state of mind. There's so many, I watch that movie and, I can quote, every other line in that movie.
No lie, when I was a kid watching that, I'm like, when I get a car, I want the licorice thing on the top. I want that.
Oh, man.
And then it's like the CD player. It's a portable CD player that they put in there.
As somebody growing up in the 90s, I did, and it was never a great setup.
No.
Skipped so much.
The anti-skip ones, no such thing.
I don't even think that. I think it was just a button that did nothing.
Yeah. And then plug it in a cigarette lighter.
And then you'd short it out, and it would never work again, which happened to me.
So
we love the 90s.
Let me see if I can get a line here quick. Oh, dude, if we could talk about the 90s all the day, I would all the time.
The tape thing?
Do it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I did too.
I still had an early 2000s.
My 1983 Ford Escort that I was cruising around in.
The tape thing was actually better than the CD cigarette.
Yeah.
Sometimes the tape would flip for whatever reason, but then it'd catch up, turn inside the thing, and it's like, no. ESPN doesn't have the college basketball tab on, so I got to dive into it here really quick. Where the heck is it?
They're not. It's off the
board.
There it
is. Wow. All right. Because there's games going on this morning, so it's like college
tip-off
basketball.
day, isn't it? Yeah.
It's tip-off day.
24 hours of basketball.
Yeah. Okay, so Wisconsin is a 20.5-point favorite.
Under. I would never take the over on them. I don't gamble, but I'm like, if I was in that point, I never would take the over on a Badger game.
Screw it. I'm going to take the over. Wisconsin wins.
We'll see what happens. You can play it back tomorrow, and if they run away with it. But what was the over-under on Platte? Well, it probably wasn't on the board. But.
Probably not, but that would have been the under. Or they would have gotten, really quick, because I only got 30 seconds. Tim in the Cooley region says, love it when you and Justice talk about sports memories. You should make that a segment every week.
I think it ends up being
it's like it just randomly does.
I'm good at because I can remember everything from till 2012 when my kids were born. And then after that, good luck for me remembering anything.
I've always said I want to do a 90s sports thing. I don't know.
We'll have to do it. Especially when it gets cold and this heat will feel great.
Yeah. And then when football's done, and then there's the long, well, when I say long, 2 weeks until they talk about the combine.
Yeah. The schedule release.
Yep.
Just the schedule in general.
Exactly. So, all right, dude. Thanks.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Keep up the good work. I know you guys are going to be crazy busy this week, so make sure everybody's following Sports Scene 13 for all the good stuff there. So, all right, have a good rest of your day. Tomorrow morning, 6 a.m., same place, same time. Talk to you then.